When Gillen sensed that someone was approaching, he turned around quickly, wanting to deal with whatever it was. But when he saw Silver and Drake, he stepped back in fright. "You don't seem happy to see me, Gillen," Silver said. "Taking the fact that you and Drake are the ones coming for me, there is no way I'd be happy," Gillen said, and got into a fighting pose. His eyes shifted from Silver to Drake every second, trying to see who would attack first. He shifted back slowly, trying to put a lot of distance between them. He wanted to assess his situation as best as he could before he engaged. But then he felt a hand touch his shoulder. Gillen leapt in actual fright. He turned around and saw that it was Silver standing behind him. He looked at the Silver with Drake and then the one behind him. "Seriously, clones, Master?" Gillen asked. "I wouldn't take my eyes off him if I were you," Silver said. The clone threw a punch. Gillen crossed his blade and blocked the attack. The impact sent him flying, though he received no actual damage. He landed on the ground a small distance away. He looked at Drake and Silver. They weren't moving, which meant they weren't fighting, but that was not helping him at all. He already knew that these clones were actually stronger than the base Silver. Gillen saw that he had no choice, so he charged at full speed. His blades were coated with very thin yet flexible mana that made them sharp enough to cut rock like butter. Gillen moved like he was going for the head, but all of a sudden, he went low, attacking the legs. He cut through Silver's legs and was happy for a moment until Silver vanished. It had been an afterimage. He felt a chill run up his spine, but before he could react to anything, the clone came from above with a punch into Gillen's back. Gillen arched forward, coughed out blood, and then slammed into the ground, forming a small crater. The clone landed beside Gillen and waited for Gillen to get back up. Gillen struggled to get back up, his hands shaking, and blood dripping from his forehead and mouth. He took his blades and got into his stance again, his feet spread apart, one foot forward taking the weight of his body. He held both blades in a reverse grip, his eyes trained on the clone. He shot forward with as much speed as he could. The clone coated his arms with dragon scales and threw a punch. Gillen stabbed as well. The blade and the fist collided, causing a bright spark. Gillen was pushed back, but he quickly found his balance fast enough to block the counter from the clone. The clone threw a punch, and Gillen blocked it, but his hands went numb after blocking it. His grip on the blades loosened, but he tried to keep hold. Gillen was doing everything he could to not lose right now, though it wasn't working. The clone was toying with him, showing him how weak he was, and that was making him enraged. His demeanor changed as he held his blade. He shook his head as if trying to clear his mind and then got into a very low stance. He took a deep breath, very slow and very heavy, and in the next second, his body vanished. He ran so fast that the normal eye could not see him. He found an opening on the clone and went in for his attack, but as his blade approached the clone turned to look at him and used his palm to block the attack. The impact was so much that the ground beneath them cracked, wind rose like a tornado, and then blasted outward in all directions. Gillen and the clone were locked in a stalemate, but the next moment, the clone smirked, and his fist erupted with purple flames. Gillen knew what that flame was, so he leapt back immediately, but the clone pushed forward, with his hands in a claw form. The clone went for the neck. Gillen tilted his head back to dodge, but he wasn't fast enough. The tip of the clone's finger touched Gillen's neck and ripped through it, drawing a lot of blood. Gillen still refused to give up. He took several steps back, but then he realized he had stepped into a magic circle that Silver had set up. The circle glowed and was ready to activate. Gillen jumped out before the pillar of flames shot into the sky, but the heat still charred his skin. He fell to the ground, feeling immense pain. He rolled and got back to his feet, and then he started running. In battle, knowing when to run away was an asset that everyone needed, and Gillen had seen that death awaited him if he kept fighting, so he ran. But he didn't make it up a few meters before the clone was already in front of him, and with a sword in his hand this time. Gillen hit the brakes and tried to change directions, but the clone moved faster, with a kick right into his chest, sending Gillen flying through several trees. He hit the ground with so much force that he shattered some ribs. His eyes rolled back, but he tried his best not to fall unconscious. The clone was in the air, flying with dragon wings. He spotted Gillen and then flew down like a falcon about to catch its prey. His sword was pointed downward like the beak of a bird, about to stab into Gillen. Gillen tried to move out of the way, and at the last moment, he managed to shift a bit, causing the blade aimed for his chest to go into his shoulder. Blood poured from it as he yelled in pain. The clone twisted the sword and pulled it out before kicking Gillen so hard on the head he passed out. "That was brutal," Drake commented. "Yeah, well, he needed it. He is close to evolving, but it's like he's stuck at a bottleneck, so a push is needed, no matter how painful that push turns out to be," Silver said. They left Gillen's body there and walked away. There were a few more people that had yet to get beat up, and Silver had to make sure they got beat up, pushing them past their other limit. Ophelia sat on a chair with her eyes closed. She was inside what looked like a human-style living room. A portal opened inside the room, and a dark figure walked in. It was completely black, without eyes or any features. It walked around the room as though it was enjoying the aesthetic and decorations until Ophelia finally spoke. "What do you want?" she asked. The figure stopped moving for a while and then continued walking. After making a few more rounds, it stopped again, and then a male voice sounded in the room. "It's getting loose, the seal. I went to check on them, and it is getting weaker. You have to do something about it." "I know, but ever since the issue with the first Dark Dragon, Order has refused to allow me to tamper with my world to that extent. I can't remake the seal, and only I can actually fix the seal, or someone that can act as a channel. That is why Silver is there," Ophelia said. "Oh, your little puppet," the figure responded. "He is not a puppet. He is helping me fix things in my world. The mistakes we made and the ones we let happen have gathered up. Silver is our only chance at survival as it is," Ophelia said. "You can say what you want, but it doesn't change the truth, and that is the fact that he is a puppet. If he wasn't a puppet, you would tell him all the truth and not hide the important information from him. He is running around not knowing what truly awaits him, especially about the demons and the Celestials. We both know that those two races are not what you let the world know. They are far, far more than that, and they'll probably end up killing that boy," the voice said. "No, look at his growth. If he keeps this up, then everything will be fine." "I'm certain of that," Ophelia said. "I don't know when you got this delusional, but this kid is not the first Dark Dragon, and he can't reach that level. Even the first Dark Dragon failed at his endeavor in the end. This boy will not make it." "That's all I came to say. I have to go and monitor the seals, since that's all we can do." "I pray it doesn't break," the voice said, and was about to walk into a portal. "He will be better than the first Dark Dragon, I'm certain," Ophelia said just before the figure walked in and vanished. Ophelia looked up at the ceiling. Her face looked worried. The first day passed like that. Silver made sure that everyone got a very good dose of beating. Dawn, Faye, Roxy, and Aaron all had the fight to survive but ultimately lost against their opponents. When night came, Silver decided to watch everyone. The first person he went to was Dawn. She had faced off Fang that day, and he absolutely dominated her. In speed, technique, and strength, she was absolutely helpless against him. Silver noticed how much she hated that. She fought Fang with all she could. Her sword movements were perfect, and her fighting abilities showed that she was indeed a warrior. But the gap in strength was too much, and Fang won. Fang simply used his speed to get into her blind spots and attack her with a bolt of lightning. Even if she successfully blocked the attack, he would use his speed to counter and land a hit. But her build was a tough one. She took attack after attack but refused to go down. No matter how much Fang punished her, she would still pick up her sword and attack again. When Fang finally used more strength and knocked her out, Silver saw the anger in her eyes, so he knew that she hated that loss to her bones. Silver found Dawn under a large tree. She was bent over, leaning on her sword that had been stabbed into the ground. She was sweaty. Her breath was unstable, her body was red and trembling, but there was something that stood out as something Silver noticed. The fire in her eyes burned brightly. She wasn't done. She could still keep going. Dawn pulled the sword out of the ground. She took a basic stance and started swinging her sword. Go faster," she said after every swing, forcing her slash to be faster. The sweat on her body scattered in all directions every time she swung the blade. Her muscles tensed as the sword came down and stopped right before hitting the ground. She would take it up again and then slash down, repeating the process over and over again until her feet gave out and she fell to her knees. How will I show my worth if this is the best that I can do? How will I be able to protect Silver when the time comes? She said to herself and started pushing herself up. Silver watched in simple amazement. A smile formed on his face as he looked at her, and his thoughts and feelings toward her deepened. She was committed to serving and even ready to wreck her body just to get to the power level where she could protect him. Silver was genuinely happy with this, but he could not let her cause herself permanent damage, so he decided to knock her out. He moved at top speed, expecting that he would go unnoticed and knock her out. But as he was closing in on her, she suddenly moved and slashed at him. Silver changed direction at the last minute and ran into hiding. His heartbeat actually spiked due to the experience. He looked in her direction. I thought I felt something. Guess it's just my imagination, Dawn said and continued her slashes. Silver watched from his hiding spot. What had just happened now? How did she notice him? How did her sword actually move that fast? It moved so fast that even he was scared of it. If that blade had actually touched him, the injury would have been serious. Dawn was not supposed to show such strength and speed. It was impossible, especially taking her current level into account. The thought worried Silver for minutes. He watched her, but he couldn't see that speed again. She was back to normal. So how did she pull that move off? How did she make her sword move fast and not take any damage? It didn't make sense. He had the feeling to walk to her and talk to her about it, but he decided that it was not a good idea. So he finally decided to leave for now. He would take a lot of time to watch Dawn and figure it out soon. After Dawn, the next person he thought would be best to see now was Mike. Mike, just like Dawn, didn't take his loss well. He hated the fact that he was that weak and that his sword style, which he polished for all that while, fell short. He would definitely take the loss hard. Silver wanted to see how he was coping with it, but what he saw when he arrived there was not what he expected one bit. He had simply expected that Mike would be draining his mind out, but it was far more than training. Mike had chopped down several thick branches and sharpened them all. He dug holes and put the spikes inside at different angles, creating a very dangerous place to be in, as one wrong step and the spikes would rip into his flesh badly. Mike was running through the spike field at top speed, gracefully dodging the spikes. His eyes were focused as he moved, struggling to move faster and more agile. Silver could understand why Mike would choose this training. His sword style focused on speed and agility. But in his fight, he fell short, so he wanted to get better. But Mike was getting tired, and as he got tired, his movements became sloppy, and the spikes started tearing into his skin. Yet he didn't stop. Silver watched this and was a bit worried for Mike, but he wasn't going to stop him. From what he saw with Dawn and Mike, they didn't want to stop. They wanted to go above and beyond. So he decided that he would leave them to train till they couldn't move. The aim of this program, after all, was to help them all evolve. Their commitment would play a massive role in helping that come to pass. Silver left Mike alone to continue his training. He hoped that it would pay off in the end. Silver spent the night watching everyone, and there was one thing that showed: all of them were pissed, angry at losing their fights. So they trained through the night, trying to get better, using what little health potions Silver provided to heal themselves. Finally, the second day arrived, and they were all active and ready to fight. Sleep-deprived, but ready to move. But no abominations came, and nothing else. So the day went on through morning till noon, and nothing happened. But all of them knew Silver. There was no way Silver would allow them to rest. So at every single moment, they could not rest, their minds thinking about what could happen next or what attack would be next, and that was exactly what Silver wanted. When it was a few hours past noon, their panic had reached the peak. All of them could not even sit down to fake a break. They felt like someone was watching them. They used all their senses to try and find something, anything, but they couldn't. But then, all of a sudden, they started seeing a very fast shadow moving through the forest. It moved so fast that they couldn't identify what it was, but its presence made them uneasy. They all started looking around to find what was moving in the forest. The more they searched, the less they saw that figure. But whenever they relaxed their minds a little, they would see it run past. The process went on slowly for hours, and their minds began to shatter due to it. Silver was capitalizing on their wasted minds to make this a mental torture for them, and it was working. They had started to break down, trying to hide themselves, though the figure kept showing up. The first person to snap was Roxy. She yelled and took out her blades, screaming at whatever it was to come outside. She screamed in all directions, and finally, the figure responded, a completely faceless man in tight black clothes. He walked in a crazy pattern, and an irritating giggle came from the man. The giggles seemed to have snapped what little sanity Roxy had. She charged at the figure blindly, swinging her blade like crazy. The man dodged her like he was dancing, whilst still giggling, and at every opening, he would throw a punch straight into her face. The punch didn't really hurt to the point of a knockout, but it was persistent and irritating. She got pissed every time he landed an attack, and her attacks got more and more erratic. The figure kept doing this for half an hour, and then suddenly, it split into two. The laughs got louder, the fight got harder, and Roxy was close to losing her mind. It got so bad to the extent that she fell to the ground on her knees, buried her head, and started sobbing. She couldn't go on. Whatever wanted to happen should happen. Your mind is your strongest asset, Roxy. A fighter and a warrior must have a stronger mind. Your mind was not strong enough. Silver spoke into her ear, but when she looked up, she didn't see him. After Roxy, the next to crash out was Mike. Ever since the Silver incident way back then, his mental state had never been top-notch again. He knew that he wasn't really okay, but he had managed to keep himself above water. But today, everything crumbled with this test that Silver had set up. Mike started chasing the figure in the forest, and when he couldn't find it, he was starting to lose it. It got to the extent that he started cutting down trees to clear out space and ensure that there was nowhere for the figure to hide. Finally, the figure surfaced, and without a word, Mike started fighting against it. But the figure was too fast and too crazy. So he kept blindly fighting until he completely ran out of all energy possible and fell to the ground, limp. His body refused to move at this point. The faceless man stepped on his back and kept giggling. He started stomping on Mike like he was a carpet. Mike was filled with rage, so much rage that he forced his body to move. He grabbed the man by the ankle and pulled him to the ground. Mike got up and started kicking the man repeatedly, but the man kept laughing and laughing. It changed from giggling into a wild cackle. The more that Mike hit him, the more he cackled like a wild maniac until the sounds got so loud that it was echoing in the forest. Mike could not take it anymore. He started to stomp the face of the man. He kept going and going until the face shattered and blood spilled everywhere. Yet despite that, the figure was still laughing crazily, and Mike could not take it anymore. He fell on his butt and moved away from the laughing figure. He leaned his back on a tree and watched as the man kept laughing. The man then stood up and started walking towards Mike while laughing, and that was the final straw. Mike immediately got up and ran into the forest without looking back. He ran like his life depended on it, and the man chased him with a completely broken face. Mike started getting dizzy as he ran, and his coordination dropped. He tripped on a stone and fell down, striking his head so hard that he passed out. It seems Mike's mind is still a heavy cluster, Silver said as he walked up to Mike. Don't you think this is going a bit too far? I think they might have all forgotten that this is training and are now seriously fighting for their lives, Drake said. That's the plan, Drake. I want them to not see this as training. I need them to forget that they are training and believe that their lives are at risk. Forced evolution isn't easy. We have to go above and beyond to get it done, even if it means causing some temporary damage, Silver said. The test of mental fortitude broke everyone. The only person who actually made it through was Quinn. He managed to survive without having a full breakdown. Silver also didn't want to allow them to just sleep after the mental breakdown, so he sent abominations to fight all of them. Through the night, They fought with what little energy they could until they all collapsed. But the training showed some actual results because all of them leveled up a few times and were now closer to evolving. That made Silver happy, but it also meant that he would buff the difficulty. He was going to break them even more since he now knew that the training was working. Drake, give me ideas. The whole fighting abominations and us is making it boring. I want something really striking that will force a very good amount of leveling up, Silver said as he sat on a tree. Fang, Drake, and Zack were listening to him. There are a few ways, Master, and I can actually help with this one. There is something I know from the vampire race. It's a ritual used to choose the best and strongest young vampire. It's called the Tower of Dracula. For this, a tower is set, and the vampires have to climb to the top to win the prize. But the way up is filled with any and every obstacle possible. It is a really terrible experience because to get to the top, it would mean they have to fight not only the monsters and obstacles, but they would have to deal with the tower trying to get rid of them, and also lots of other things. We can replicate this and tell them they can win freedom from this hell if they make it to the top or something like that, Drake said. That is an amazing idea, but it will be better for a trial for something else. Remember that we are trying to make them forget that this is training. But I have an idea. It might not be anything special, but a full-powered dragon flying through the sky, raining flames and all on the forest. And not just flames, also thunder and blood spears. All of you will be on my back as I fly around, and as I pour flames, you also use your powers to attack how you can. But we will not stop there. We will make it more and more terrible because Lily and I spoke just now and she is on her way to actually help me. She will be coming with arrows and they have a plan that would make chaos gas spread all over the forest. So while they are fighting the flames and attacks from above, they will be struggling with the gas that is burning their insides. They will have to go above and beyond to actually survive, Silver said. Can I point out that your plan is straight diabolical? Drake said. Nah, they will survive it. It's not like they will die, just be pushed to the brink of their existence, Silver said. He came down from the tree and started walking. So let's get going. We have a complete group of people to scare shitless, Silver said. Master is having too much fun with this, Fang said. Silver smiled in return and continued walking. Aaron was walking through the forest, tired and exhausted. He was on his last leg at this point. After a while, he noticed red fog pouring towards his direction. He hadn't even taken in a breath, and his lungs were burning up. And that was his sign to run. He turned away, but right in front of him, a huge pillar of flames came from the sky. He managed to react faster and change direction. Using his wing magic, he took out his wings and tried to fly away immediately. But a massive bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck him, injuring his wings. He fell to the ground. He looked up into the sky and saw that a dragon was passing over, and then he understood a bit of what was happening. If this was Silver's doing, then he would have to run now, or he might as well end up dead. He got on his feet and started running, but the red fog rose higher and higher. His lungs were burning up because the more he ran, the more breathing he had to do, and the more fog he took in. It was like a fire was lit in his chest and he was burning. He tried to use wind to part a way for him to get through, but nothing happened. The fog was too thick. He tried to push through and fight, but with every step, it felt like he would turn to ash. He strived and took more steps, hoping that he would see a place that didn't have any fog. But the fog soon rose up to his shoulder level, and if things couldn't get worse, another pillar of flames fell from the sky and blasted close to him. The impact force threw him right into a tree. He fell to the ground and struggled to catch his breath, but that caused even more harm. He started bleeding from his mouth and nose. His eyes turned red as he took in more of the fog, and in a few minutes, he passed out on the floor. Master, he is out cold, Drake said on Silver's back. Yeah, I'll ask Lily to clear the fog around him so he doesn't die, Silver responded telepathically. Master, I feel like you are simply toying with them at this point. He stood no chance of winning. Right off the bat, he was going to end up like this, Drake said. The important aspect, Drake, is that their bodies will register it as experience and they will level up faster. Let's move on to the next person. We don't have a lot of time. We have to deal with the others, Silver said and flapped his wings, blasting off. Leah was faced with huge amounts of fog all around, so she created a large ice dome around her to keep it away. But she was quickly running out of oxygen and didn't know what to do. She thought of different ways to get out, but all would lead to her taking in some of the fog. Her choices were limited, and so she was beginning to think about taking that risk. But before she could make a move, a spear made of blood stabbed into the ice dome and then exploded, destroying the dome. What followed was a massive pillar of flames. She created another ice dome quickly to block the flames, but the flames were too intense, and the force sent her flying with several burns all over her body. She struggled to get back up, but as she did, she inhaled the fog and her lungs screamed out in pain. She rolled on the ground while holding her neck. She struggled so much that her legacy kicked in, creating an ice coffin around her to keep her safe. But the red fog was locked inside the coffin with her, and it got into her lungs more. She could no longer take the pain and passed out right there. The coffin melted after that, and she was left on the floor. Back in the castle, Lily finished setting up what Ares would need to make the fog. Then she left her for a bit to come check on Gabriel and Rose. Rose was still on the bed, in a coma, and nothing much had changed. "Any changes?" Lily asked Gabriel, who was sitting beside the bed. "No, her breathing is normal, but I have not been able to talk to her. She is like a breathing corpse, and that scares me," Gabriel said. "I see. Her heart is still beating, and that means there is hope. I've taken her blood and done some research into what could be wrong. Nothing had really come up, and I'm running into blanks at this point. I even tried to look into her future, but whatever it is that is blocking her from waking up is also blocking me from seeing her future. I tried looking into yours to see if there is a parallel that you and her are together, but nothing came up. I'll be going into the main library to see if there is anything on what is wrong with her, so you'll have to hold on for much longer. I know it's hard. She is right here, and yet you can't seem to connect with her. But we will do all we can to make her wake up. After all, Silver has chosen you and has promised to help. But you have to remember, the Empire is your enemy now and you are our way in," Lily said. She walked out of the room, then headed to meet Ares to continue helping Silver. The days passed with Silver cooking evil after evil and making sure he pushed the group beyond their limits. But the whole thing wasn't without results, because at the end of the week, most of them had all leveled up several times and were very close to evolving. But then there was Gillen, Leah, and Quinn, who had finally evolved during the wild training. It had happened almost simultaneously, and it made Silver crazily happy that they leveled up. Gillen looked the same, but his aura had changed immensely, and his size increased a bit. As for Quinn, after leveling up, his legacy completely formed, and it was a darkness type. Leah didn't have any major changes as she was already on the right path, but her power grew immensely. After the week ended, all of them were teleported to the edge of the forest where they saw Silver and the rest waiting for them. "I'm glad to see that all of you are alive and not dead," Silver said. "With all due respect, Silver, you are sick," Aaron said and sat on the ground, and so did all of them. Even with the progress they made, their souls were near crushed. "Seems whatever I did hit harder than expected, but you will shake out of it, or better still, you have to break out of it because I am not done with those that are yet to evolve," Silver said. When he said that, they all looked at him in fear. What he was saying was simply that their training was yet to come to an end. "In this week, I have hit your mind, hit your body, hit your souls and everything else. I've pushed you all to the brink of your very existence, and you all survived and actually grew from it, but now you all must cross the last lap." Still in that, congratulations to Quinn, Gillen, and Leah. You all managed to rise above the near-death experiences and actually evolve. You have stepped into a world different from what you know normally. You stand at the pinnacle of your race, and you'll be seen as a powerhouse from now. Such accomplishments didn't come because of the training, it was because of the effort you put in the training, and now you can walk with your heads high, Silver said, and then gave a slight bow as a sign of respect. "Now, let's move into the details of the training that will follow. Starting now, for the next 7 days, you all will be fighting me. You have to keep fighting until you manage to touch me or evolve. If you manage to touch me, I'll take it that your strength is enough even if you haven't evolved. I have to force you to evolve, and that means I'll not be holding back against you all in the slightest. I'll be going completely all out. You don't have to worry about injuries and near-death wounds because Lily will be here, and she will be healing anyone that is down, and you'll come back to the fight. It's going to be a very painful process, so I hope you'll try to not get hit by me, or you'll be in for a world of pain, Silver said. Seriously? I don't think I can take this, Silver, Leah said. She was completely exhausted. She wanted out. Sadly, there is no choice. You'll have some time to rest before we begin, and I hope that you all will give your full efforts to showing me your strength. As he spoke, Drake came to his ear and said something. Silver frowned a bit, but then a smile showed on his face. Drake told him that the surrounding kingdom had sent an envoy to see Silver and discuss some things. Silver could already tell that things would not go smoothly, but he decided to go and see what this was about. All right, I'll be back soon. Take that time to rest, and when I am back, we will start the training, he said and turned away. Drake and Lily followed behind him. When he arrived at the castle, he headed towards the lounge where the envoy was. He opened the door and saw the man seated, while facing Elsa. Elsa, what are you doing here? Silver asked as he walked in. He asked her first for a few reasons. One was to show the envoy that Silver didn't care about him, and he was a nobody. The second was that he really wanted to know why Elsa was looking at the envoy. Daddy, I caught a whiff of a foreign smell, so I came to check it, and then I saw him. None of you guys were here, so I decided to watch over him myself, Elsa explained. It was after her explanation that Silver finally turned his eyes to look at the envoy, and then he spoke. You must be the representative of the kingdoms. Nice to see you, Silver said. It was a middle-aged nobleman with a very fat body. He looked grumpy, like he ate sour fruits. Why the hell do you people keep sending kids to meet me? Do I look like a joke to you all? The man suddenly yelled and grabbed Silver's arm tightly. The room fell quiet. Drake, Elsa, Lilia, they all looked in shock. It was as though time froze. Silver slowly turned his head to look at the hand grabbing him. Rather than say anything, he let out a smile, and his bloodlust and killing intent poured from him like a raging river. Immediately the man felt this, his body broke out in sweat, he started trembling, and he hurriedly let go of Silver's hand and moved away. Silver walked to the chair on the opposite side and sat down, still filling the room with his killing intent. The man struggled to breathe. He gasped for air every second. You don't walk into a place and throw a tantrum. If not for the fact that I want to know what you have to say, your blood would have painted the floor, so be careful next time, Silver said. When Silver finally pulled back his bloodlust, the man could finally breathe. He took in deep breaths as he struggled to steady himself. You disrespected my daughter in her own kingdom and disrespected me, the king. You have already fallen to my bad side. Everything you say now will be held to a very strict standard, and your life might depend on it, Silver said. Cough. Cough. Please forgive me. I had no idea that you were the king. The information I was given was limited, the man said. Why are you starting off with lies? What's your name? Silver asked. John, sir. John, and I can assure you that I'm not lying, sir, John said. John, let's not start with lies. I know you have all been looking into my kingdom, and I know that you know who I am. Lily, please introduce John to us. I'm sure that you have gathered information about him, Silver said. His name is John, like we have already established. His surname is Rukun. The Rukun family are a high noble family in the kingdom of Olan. His father is currently a marquis, and John is going to take over after he dies. That is the information I gathered on him, Silver, Lily said. John was shocked to hear this. When was all this information gathered? He had only gotten here half an hour ago. You see, John, you are a high-ranked noble, and yet you lied to me that you don't know who I was? John, there is no way that is true. Because my image has formed everywhere, people know what I look like now. They know my name, and they know who I am. So you telling me that you didn't know? That was a lie. You lied to me right off the bat, so how am I supposed to believe whatever you have to say? You knew who I was, but you wanted to see if you could best me. See if you could intimidate me. You wanted to get a lot out of whatever bargain we would have. You tried to lie right off the bat, So I wonder, how do I decide to listen to whatever you want to say now? You lost your bargaining chip before the game even started. John, you are not really smart, are you? No wonder your father refused to hand over the family to you even in his old age. You are dumb and fucking fat as hell. What do you bring to the table except your exceptionally big stomach? It's a wonder why they would choose you to be the envoy. Unless you are a distraction. Yes, that is it. You are a distraction for something else. What is it? Tell me now, John, Silver said, getting up and grabbing him by the neck. Taking out his sword, he pressed the tip of the blade against John's chest. John trembled, staring at the blade filled with fright. John, tell me now, what are you a distraction for? Silver asked again, but John was too scared to look. Lily, Drake, something or someone might have slipped into the kingdom. Find them, search the whole kingdom for anything unusual. Take as many people as you need and find whatever it is that this idiot has allowed into the kingdom, Silver said. Drake and Lily nodded at the same time and left the room to do what Silver said. Silver then looked at Elsa. Elsa, fly over the city and check for anything unusual as well. Report anything to me. She nodded and left the room as well, leaving Silver with the man. Now you tell me whatever it is that you have planned, or I'll drive this blade through your heart so slowly that you'll scream in pain as you die in a puddle of blood, Silver said to him. The fear in the man's eyes was evident, but he refused to talk. He only opened his mouth and said, "If you kill me, you'll not be able to get the information you want," John said. Why do people use such a stupid thing as an excuse or a way to survive? Do you understand that if I kill you right now, it doesn't matter what happens to me after? You are dead already, gone, protecting rubbish. Right now, you are pushing really close to getting yourself killed. So tell me what I want to know, or else I'll crush your skull, Silver said, using intimidation to help him. And finally, John spoke. We had a way to sneak in undetected, as long as you were not in proximity, and so I was to be the distraction that kept you in one place. When you were in one place with me, they would sneak in and start destroying one of your industries to weaken you for the main attack, John said. As he was speaking, Drake called Silver through telepathy. Master, there was an explosion at one of the new major labs outside the capital. I haven't reached there yet, but I can sense that there are many casualties. Silver balled up his fists in anger and then suddenly punched John so hard he shattered his face all the way to the brain, killing him. Silver dropped the body on the floor and stepped out of the room. He didn't know if it was coincidence or a planned happening, but the enemy had to make a move during the time when security was less. He was focused on the training, and that made him neglect certain things. He didn't know how they were able to slip in without Lily knowing or something, but he was certain about one thing, and that was the fact that he was going to bash the faces of everyone that did that. He left the castle and immediately transformed completely, shooting into the air. The wind blasted on his face as he shot through the sky, breaking several sound barriers as he went. In less than 2 minutes, he got to the location, and he could see smoke in the distance. Silver transformed back and started walking toward the burning labs. His every step was heavy. The smell of chemicals, smoke, and blood filled the air. The closer he got, the more the rage inside him increased. He tried his best not to rush there. It got to the point where he started humming a song he recalled from Earth, Highway to Hell. He took out his sword, and soon after, his speed increased. Finally, he arrived at the scene. Using his vibration sensor, he could sense all the fights happening inside. He could see the dead bodies littering the floor or his own people lying dead. His heart tightened as he saw this. Quinn, Galen, I want all of you to leave where you are. The training has been paused. Find Drake, and he'll fill you in, Silver said to them telepathically and disconnected. He walked into the massive lab. The immense heat from the burning buildings touched his skin, but it did nothing to him. He looked up and saw a group of people running toward him. They were not his people, so he knew these were some of the ones responsible for this. He gripped his sword tightly and didn't even wait a second. He slashed, releasing a massive arc of abyssal flames. The flames cut through the people like a hot knife through butter, killing everyone on the spot. But Silver was not satiated yet. Killing them that quickly was not satisfying, so he decided that whoever he saw next would endure a gruesome death. He headed deeper inside, and an enemy spotted him. The enemy, a young man with a sword, immediately charged at Silver. Silver faced the enemy and then stretched out his hand. The man tried to cut through Silver's arm without thinking, but Silver caught the blade easily. The man was shocked when this happened. He tried to pull the sword away, but Silver's grip was too strong. In the flash of an eye, Silver grabbed him by the neck and lifted the man off the ground. Silver took the flailing man and brought him close to the flames. He brought his face so near that the man started screaming. "You decided to take away the peace of my home, so I'll make every one of you suffer the worst pain before you die," Silver said, and then shoved his face into the flames. The flames burned the man's face. He screamed like a dying pig, but Silver refused to let him go. He kept his face in the flames until it melted. Yet the man was still alive. Silver pulled him out and threw his body to the ground. Then he stepped on the head and crushed it. He walked away from the like nothing had happened, not even looking back once. He was already on his way to find his next victim. Until all of them died, his rage would not calm down. Even after that, he would turn his sights to the kingdom that sent them and burn it to the ground. By the time the others arrived at the location, they saw Silver seated outside the burnt-out lab. To his left was a pile of the bodies of his people that had died there. To his right was a pile of the bodies of the people he had killed. When he saw them, he got up with a smile. He walked to them like there was nothing wrong with him, but they could all sense that he was filled with rage. "You know, it takes a lot to piss me off, and I mean a whole lot. But just attacking me or people close to me, I can actually forgive that, to be honest. But touching people who serve me of their own free will and are not related to me, that's crossing another fucking line. It's a different line. It's a whole fucking issue, and it's something that churns my stomach. None of them deserved it. They were not close enough to me to be victims of my own fight. Yet look at all of them on the ground now, dead. They just woke up and came out to help our kingdom become a better place, but a group of people decided to end their lives. You see, I think I know the issue here, or I'm sure I know the issue. Do you know what the issue is? We haven't set a proper fucking example. Just because I decided to take things slow, they thought it was a sign of weakness. They believe we can be taken down. Humans, they have fucked with my life for the last time. So I'm drawing a line here today. Today, I'm looking at all of you, and I'm telling you, I hate humans. I hate every human that is not a member of Blacklight. I don't know your thoughts toward humans or if you are human yourself, but I'm not. And I don't give a fuck about them. But you are my family, regardless of race. So I want to know where you will stand today, with me or with them. And I promise, with my pride as a dragon, that I will let you go, and I will not touch you at all. So what's it going to be? Will you stand with me? Or will you say goodbye today? Because if you stand with me now, then you are going with me to burn that kingdom. If you want to leave me, leave now, and I won't hold it against you, Silver said and looked around. But no one budged. They all stood, looking at Silver with readiness in their eyes. Silver looked at them, and when he was certain that no one was leaving, he spoke. "Thank you. We meet in an hour's time for a planning meeting," he said, and brought out his wings, taking to the sky. Inside a meeting room, a group of people covered in dark cloaks sat around a table. Their heads were covered and bowed low. They stayed that way until the doors of the room opened, and another black-cloaked person walked in. The man took a seat at the top of the table, and everyone finally raised their heads. "Welcome, brothers. It's nice to see all of you here, even if it was on short notice. The people above have decided to ask me to take care of the new pest that has shown forth in our lands, and I have already set plans against them. The issue comes from the new kingdom that has emerged. But it's not a normal kingdom like we all know. It's run by a demon king candidate, our enemy. And so we can't allow that to go on. Even if those in the Empire and the Holy Kingdom have refused to make any serious move, we will act against them. The people that live in the kingdom are actually in love with the place and want to stay. I believe that is some sort of brainwashing. So I decided we have to show all of them why they can't trust that demon and why they all have to leave that place. So, I decided to set up a fake peace treaty, using the kingdoms as bait. From that, we can attack them. When we attack, we will destroy just one of their major places and kill some people. It will cause a break in trust, and people will revolt. That is how we will take him down. Why should we allow a small demon king candidate to have a place in our lands? We must remove him. The plan is already in motion, and the reason I've called you all is because we must plan for the last part of the demon king's downfall. Why are you all ganging up on a child? A voice suddenly sounded in the room. They all looked at the person. It was a man with white hair and white clothes. His eyes were blue, and he was extremely handsome. Hero White Fang, why are you here? The leader asked. Oh, I heard about this kid you're all interested in, and I went to seek out his picture. He looked like a smaller version of me, and that interested me, actually. So I want to meet him and find out all about him. But the demon kings would surely not let me do that, so I can't have him dying too early. I'm here to warn you, Elaine, no matter what plan you have, make sure you don't kill the boy. If you kill or even harm him, you will have me to deal with, and I'll wipe out your little cult from the face of the world. Don't make me remind you of what happened to your leader when he crossed me. I'd hate to have to do same to you. After all, your cult is on its last leg. One more death from your top and that's all. Silver and everyone he held dear sat in the meeting room, even his mums and his dad, Faye's brother Ray and her father. They were all seated because they had been informed about what happened. Silver also took his seat, scanning the hall to ensure that everyone was there. When he was certain, he started speaking. They attacked for a reason. They had a plan at the back of their heads, and they attacked. It's really not hard to know what they had planned. Dark Dragon is an anomaly, a kingdom that stands against everything that is beloved in this world. It shows that every race can live together in harmony. It shows that we can all stop the wars that have been brewing for many years. So they attacked it. They wanted to cause issues in the kingdom, make the people lose trust in the kingdom so that the kingdom would fall. But they don't understand who rules this kingdom, because if they did, they would understand that I am ready for war. And I'll burn their homes to the ground. They went too far when innocents that belonged to me were hurt. So I'm going to make sure that I show them my rage. We will not go blindly into war. No, we will make it the best strategic and destructive war that has been recorded in years. We will use them to show the world a spectacle for everyone to see and for everyone to know. I have spoken to Drake, Lily, and Elsa, and they said it would be best for the plan to be discussed here and everyone to know their role. Just so you know, the plan to enter the Empire is still ongoing, just shifted till after the war. The Empire is the most important thing on our schedule. I'll not let my anger and rage make me forget that. It's too important, Silver said. He paused and then signaled Drake to speak. Drake stood up and began speaking. Our enemy is the Olan Kingdom. They are a slightly large kingdom with a huge population, and they are well known for their raw materials. Mostly the mines that give crystals used all over for many things. They make up 10% of the crystal mining in all the human lands. Their military strength is nothing special, as most people dive into the crystal business since it has a lot of money. Olan is a 2-week journey from here on foot, and that's all the little details about them. We are not certain that Olan is the only one that initiated the attack, but we are certain that they were at the forefront of it, and that makes them the target now. As per proper protocol, we will be sending them word when we are about to attack. They can surrender to us to be taken over. We will be using a full sweep force and full strategies, making sure we make them see how weak they are. The plans are simple. While we are away at war, Arya and Lily, along with Lady Elsa, will be protecting the kingdom. We have made plans for a barrier strong enough to stop a dozen attacks from a hero or demon king, and it will be used to protect the people while we are away. We will take every ground force, fully armed and ready to go, but that's not the main part of the plan. Like we said before, it will be strategic. We will be making use of abominations and, like Master's necromancy, talking more. It will be a wave after wave attack using portals from all directions. We will make it seem like we are coming at them wave after wave, but in reality, we are laying a trap, especially for the king. You see, there is something in Olan that very few know about, and that's the underground channel. Olan was once used to heavily smuggle slaves to other kingdoms. They had underground channels hundreds of feet into the ground, and even normal magical scanning could not find them. There was one in our kingdom as well, but it has been closed for years now. Now, What I'm saying takes us back to the attack. The attack was not only to cause panic, it was also to use the panic as cover to open the channel that passes through our kingdom as well. That way, they would be able to start entering unnoticed and cause more damage. We didn't know this at first, but Silver asked Lily to look into things more, and she found the closed passageway in the same town where the lab was burnt down. Now, why are we talking about the passage? Well, it's simple. We will attack Olan like our lives depend on it, making use of all our people. Then we will carefully rat out ourselves that we used all our forces to attack. That will lead Olan to think they can turn this against us by sending their best men into our kingdom using the old passage. Sure, it's blocked, but they'll have to force it open from the inside. There is a high chance that their king would be there as well. But a trap is already there waiting, one that we would have set, allowing us to capture their most important figures, using them to get more information on everyone that was in on the attack on our kingdom. Then we publicly execute all of them, sending a message before we finally burn the whole town to the ground. It's a simple strategy but very delicate. The truth of the issue is that with the underground channels that exist, the king and his family could easily run away, and that would not be good. So we have to bait him in, pull him, and make him believe that he stands a chance at winning. Then he'll come to us, and we can easily capture him. This is the basic plan as laid out by Master, Lily, and Lady Elsa, but it's still open for your input. Everyone thought about it for a while, but no one stood up. Finally, his father got up. He looked at Silver and spoke. Son, is this what you really want to do? You might be making the whole of humanity your enemy and going into a life of war if you do this, he said. I'm not the one doing anything, Father. They are the ones that did it the moment they decided to attack us. There is no way that I'll allow the lives that have worked for me to be in vain. They died in my lands, under my watch. If anything, my conscience would not allow me to live without revenge for them and for me. A life of war? I accept that. After all, I'm supposed to be a demon king. Get all your affairs in place. If there are no questions, we move out tomorrow. I'll be heading out to do something, Silver said and got up. He walked out without turning back. He left the castle and walked through the city. He could see that the place was generally quieter. Everyone had heard about what happened, and they didn't know how to react. Silver could feel the tension in the air. After all, their brothers and sisters had died in large numbers, and Silver was yet to do anything. Master, it would be best if we hold a mass burial, and it will serve as the opportunity for you to speak to them. You need to address them. They need their king to explain all that happened and ensure them that actions would be taken, Drake said as he got behind Silver. That's true. Prepare a mass burial and announce it to all. Wherever they are in the town, they should stop what they are doing and watch the burial, Silver said. Drake moved away immediately to start preparing. That evening, Silver would have to talk to all of them. That evening, everything was set up. The bodies of the people that had died were laid down on the floor, covered with cloth. Silver stood on a raised platform with a large crowd gathered around, everyone eager for answers. The only person that could give them those answers was Silver. Silver looked at all of them, and the feeling he got was weird. All these people, all of them were looking up to him for answers. He was the one in charge of them, and whatever he said now could break or build them. Thank you all for coming here, Silver started. And to those watching from their homes and jobs, thank you as well. Yesterday, our kingdom was attacked, and many people lost their lives. Many brothers and many sisters. They left their houses with the belief that they would work and go home. But someone who was not happy with the beautiful life that they had found attacked and killed them. Now they lie here as corpses, lifeless, and their story has come to an end. I know many of you want me to give you apologies, and many of you want me to hold myself accountable. You all want me to say it was my negligence that caused this. That's what a king should do. That is the character of a king. He takes the blame, and he carries the weight of everything on his shoulders. Sadly, I am not that type of king. I am a vastly new and different type of king, so I will not apologize. I will not say sorry, and I will not say it was my fault. My pride as a dragon refuses it, because if I apologize, I take it that I have accepted a loss, and I don't lose. So, therefore, I'll tell you all this. I'll take revenge for all of the people that have died, and I'll burn down the people that caused this and everything that belongs to them. I'll make sure that I burn them all to the ground. We will take the war that they started to them and make sure that they feel our wrath in the rawest form possible. I might not be able to replace those that you have lost, but know this, I'll keep my word and bring them all to their graves. That's bullshit. A voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Then a man slowly started pushing his way to the front so that he could speak. Why should we believe what you have to say? You refuse to apologize to us. You put your pride before us. What sort of king are you? You should be on your knees begging us. You should bury your head in ashes, and then we will believe that you want to change something. Now you want to wave it off and refuse to give us an apology? We refuse that, the man said. Huh? Apologize to you? Why? For what? Because of what? I gave you all a life. I gave you all a place to be. Why would I apologize to you? Silver asked, his aura surging and choking the man. Why the hell would I apologize to you? Answer me. Did you ever have the guts to go up to your former king when he did something wrong? Did you have the guts to go up to him when people died? Did you? Tell me. Answer me. No, you stayed in your small house, scared and hungry. But now you have the mouth to speak? What do you think you will gain from making the people hate me? What would any of them gain? I'm a demon king. Have you forgotten that fact? I could have chosen to be a dictator, but I didn't, so don't question me when I make my decisions, Silver yelled, and the man was already shivering. You know what? This man will be part of the forefront army that will take our revenge. But if he dares to refuse, he will be publicly executed for refusing to serve the kingdom, Silver said and looked at the man, who looked like his ghost had left him. The burial went without issue after Diego dealt with that man, and everyone left. That night, Silver sat in an office writing a detailed war letter to Olin. And when the sun was about to rise, he handed it to Drake and told him to deliver the message. Drake went ahead at top speed, while Silver headed for the labyrinth. His entire army was already set and ready to move out, but they would have to move behind the Abomination army. Silver made sure that all the abominations were ready in the labyrinth. When he arrived at the gates of the labyrinth, Lily was already there. She was the one that would initiate the teleportation. The plan was simply to teleport all of them around the kingdom of Olin. Teleportation circles had already been set up and were ready to go. When Lily saw Silver, she took it as a sign to start. She placed her hand on the labyrinth and started the process. Immediately, all the abominations were teleported away from the labyrinth. Silver gave her an approving nod. Head to the main army now. I'll be there soon after Drake returns with word, Silver said. Lily nodded and then left the place. I think it's time I finally assign those stat points. Can never be too careful, Silver said to himself. When he fought the monsters in the Elf Empire, he had leveled up and gained quite a good number of stat points. With them now, the increase in his strength would be massive. Stats, Silver called out. Name, Silver, evolved. Race, Dark Dragon, 80%, Human, 20%. Legacy, Dark Dragon Legacy, Awakened. Magical affinities, Summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Mana, 5 million. EXP, 50,000. 3 million. SP, 2 million. Level, 3, evolved. Strength, 40,000. Defense, 40,000. Speed, 40,000. Agility, 40,000. Intelligence, 53,240. Free stat points, 110,000. Strength, 60,000. Defense, 60,000. Speed, 60,000. Agility, 60,000. Intelligence, 73,240. Free stat points, 10,000. Without much thought, he put 20,000 points into all of them, and that was all. Drake returned to Silver and met him at the labyrinth. So what did they say? Silver asked. They didn't take it seriously. They didn't believe that a small kingdom like us would make any moves. They also demanded that we send back the envoy they sent, or they would make use of harsh methods to get him back, Drake said, relaying everything they told him. This is stupid. Drake, let's go. It's time. We release the abominations, Silver said and started walking. Master, how many abominations do we have for this? It's a whole kingdom that we are after, Drake said. Well, I forced the labyrinth to make over 10,000 and cramped them up. So we have 10,000 of them ready to tear into the kingdom, Silver said. I tend to forget the terrifying things that you can do, Master, and then you come around and surprise me even more, Drake said. Honestly, Drake, you have no idea what I can really do, not even close. The me you see now is my weakest form. I've never shown anyone the real me, Silver said. Silver decided that he was going to add some spice into the war, so he contacted Kratos and told him to fly the Wyvern army over to Olin. When they arrived at the battlefront, Silver came with the man from yesterday, clad in full armor. The man was shivering as he stood there, but Silver refused to let him go. The man looked around and saw abominations lined up, waiting to fight, and he felt terrified. Master, their kingdom has been surrounded in key locations. Do we make the move? Drake asked. Begin the attack, Silver said, and immediately all the abominations ran into the kingdom. Their target the capital, but they would destroy all cities and towns on their way there. The abominations ran through the smaller towns, wreaking havoc. The people in the towns were thrown into a panic as the hordes of abominations came to them. The war broke out, and those that were to protect them could not hold up at all. They were torn apart limb by limb, and bodies of both fighters and the innocent began littering the floor. Their blood soon covered the ground as the abominations mutilated them, but the guards of these towns fought with all they had, pushing themselves not to give up. They never expected this war. It took them like a storm, and that was what Silver wanted. He wanted to burn them all to the ground. Kratos, begin your move. Burn them into cinders, he said, and a few seconds later, the Wyvern army with their riders flew above the kingdom, and they began releasing hell over the towns and cities. Silver looked at the man that he had brought. The man was shivering at the sight of this war, but Silver didn't care. He grabbed the man and leapt high into the air, took out his wings, and flew away. He landed in a town that was locked in battle against some abominations, but they were slowly pushing the abominations back and winning. That's a perfect place for you, Silver said. He took out a helmet and placed it over the man's head. The helmet would not come off no matter what, and it would make it seem like the man was hostile and a raging beast. But the man didn't know about that. Silver tossed his body into the battle. He landed on the ground roughly, struggled back to his feet, and looked at the human soldiers that were before him. Immediately, he felt hopeful that they would help him, but in the next second, someone charged at him with a sword. The man had little to no combat ability, but his hands moved on their own. He blocked the sword with his own sword and then kicked the man in his guts, sending him flying. The man was immediately confused as to what was happening, but his body kept moving. He slashed and blocked, tearing down the people that stood before him. He screamed as he did it, trying to say he was not the one doing it, but his screams sounded like victorious war cries. He charged at the people and fought harder against his will, opening the opportunity for the abominations to attack the humans even more. Finally, a mage found a clear shot and fired an ice lance at the man. The ice stuck into his chest, and he screamed in pain, but it sounded like a war cry, and the armor made him fight even more. He ran toward the mage under the control of the armor. He leapt into the air to land a hit, but someone stabbed him from beneath with a spear and tossed his body to the ground. The armor made him get back up immediately and attack again. He was bleeding badly, but his body kept moving regardless. He managed to get behind another person and stabbed him in the back and through the heart. But that left him open, and someone used a spear to stab through his chest. He screamed again, and it sounded like an even louder war cry. The armor forced him to pull out the spear and snatch it from the person wielding it. He used the spear and drove it into the neck of the person, killing him instantly. The man's body was now riddled with holes and nearing his death. But the armor somehow kept him going, pushing him to fight even more. He attacked the remaining humans in a final frenzy and killed over 10 of them before he was riddled with too many holes, and his body could no longer sustain life. So he fell to the ground and died while Silver watched the whole thing from above. Drake, the puppeteer armor worked as you said it would. But I would have loved it if it were able to keep the person inside alive longer than it normally would. Even if it means scorching their minds and turning them into zombies. Make sure you gather some test subjects from this war. Leave anyone less than 14 out of it, the rest are allowed, Silver said. I understand, Master, and I'll get to that soon. Also, Master, Lily informed me that the troops are ready to move out and join the war. Also, the King of Olin has started countering with full force, Drake said. That's fine. Send in the full force, the Guardians as well. Even Ares. Make sure they give it their all. Burn this kingdom to the ground and make it forgotten. The abominations and the wyverns have started clearing out the little towns and cities. The journey to the capital should be unhindered, Silver said. He disconnected from Drake and looked down at the people fighting the abominations, and he had the urge to go down as well, so he did. When he landed, he flashed an evil smile at them, his wings spread, his horns fully out, and his eyes glowing like a dragon. Finally, I'll show you what a demon king looks like, he said aloud and took out his sword. War, it was a fancy name for when people butchering themselves without a care in the world, when they got at each other's throats and tried to kill each other. But could the fake war be used for what Silver brought to Olin? It was not war, it was a massacre. It was a complete massacre, because Olin stood no chance. When the main force made their move, clad in the wonderful armors and weapons that Silver had provided, they ripped through Olin. There was no pity, hearts were sealed off, and Silver became a real villain. Regardless of who or what stood before them, they cut them down. The streets were littered with blood and the mutilated bodies of humans. As for those that surrendered, they were teleported back to Fake Dragon, where they would know what to do with them. The main army of Olin refused to leave the capital. They focused all their resources on protecting the capital. They fought bravely against the abominations that made it to the capital, and they were able to defeat Tall and keep the capital safe. But before they could catch their breath, the main army, with Silver and the Guardians leading them, arrived. Silver wore full black armor, the metal gleamed under the sun, and the purple runes on it shined. His wings and horns were all out, and he held his sword in his hands. His presence was striking, and all attention was pinned on him, even though he was one in the thousands standing around. From the walls of Olin, they could all tell he was the leader. Silver didn't attack the gates of the capital as he arrived. He had the Wyvern army circle the capital while he waited for someone to come and speak to him because he knew that it would happen. As he had thought, the gates of the capital opened, and riding on the back of horses, a small group of 50 men in armor rode out to meet Silver. They stopped when they were 100 meters away, and their leader came down from his horse and started walking towards Silver. Silver moved forward. He met the man halfway. "I assume you are the leader of this force?" the man said. "You shouldn't engage in small talk. Tell me what you want and walk away," Silver said. "Sigh, my name is Roger, the captain of the Beta Knight Order, the second strongest knight of this kingdom. We understand that you are tense and angry at our kingdom, but we have to find a peaceful way to resolve this." "I would hate to go into battle with you," Roger said. "Roger, are you stupid or trying to be? We sent out word of this war, and your king refused it. Now thousands of innocents have died on our way here because you refused to protect them, and now they are dead. This war has started, and I'll make sure to end it. After all, you came after my people and you hurt them," Silver said. "It seems you don't want to back down, but we have seen your army's power, and a war will lead to mutual destruction," Roger said. "Trust me, you have not seen half of what we can do. Do not assume you have a standing here. You are not the Empire, or the Holy Kingdom. They are the only ones that can stand against me, and yes, I mean that sadly. Your kingdom? I could take it alone, so do not think that you have any standing here," Silver said. "I beg to differ, but I have something to offer, to save the lives of both sides. A duel, between you and I, a sword duel, and the winner decides what happens next. If you win, the war continues, and you can run throughout the capital, but if you lose, you'll die here, and your people must return," Roger said. Silver heard the details and he felt bad for Roger. Even if the heavens touched the earth, Roger would never be able to win. But Silver decided that he would humor him and actually fight against him, so he stretched out his hand for a shake. Roger shook his hand, and the both of them turned around to tell their people what would happen now. "I'll be dueling him. If he wins, the war ends," Silver said. "Master, isn't this a waste of time?" "He would need an impossible miracle to win," Drake said. Silver chuckled and turned to face Roger. Roger took his stance, and then charged at Silver. This was pure swordplay, which meant only physical skill and swordplay. Silver stood still, he couldn't be bothered, but to his surprise, Roger sped up at the last moment and went for a stab. Silver stepped to the side and parried the sword, but Roger was not done. He stopped his movement, turned around, and went for a slash. Silver blocked the attack before using the broadside of his sword to slam Roger away. Roger landed a good distance away, but before he could stand, Silver was already before him. It doesn't matter how good you think you are, Roger, you are outclassed when it comes to me. There is a reason I am the king, after all, Silver said and stabbed the sword into Roger's leg. Roger's men saw this and wanted to intervene, but they looked at the massive army behind Silver. What would they be able to do before they are all killed? Silver noticed that Roger's men were holding themselves back, and a sick smile appeared on his face. He twisted the sword in Roger's leg and then pulled it out before stabbing the second leg. While looking at them, Roger was on the ground crying out in pain, and blood poured from his legs, but Silver was not done. Silver looked up at them and said, "This is war." As he said that, he took his sword and drove it into the head of Roger. The final draw, then Roger's men snapped. They attacked without regard for their lives. Silver slashed with his sword. A flame arc might gracefully cross and cut into all the men, killing them on the spot. "This is our revenge, take out their capital," Silver said, and the whole army behind him charged towards the capital. After they all got past him, he turned around and started walking away. "This is fun," he said with a smile, and then flew away, not caring what the outcome of the war was. Inside the castle of Olin, the king sat in his throne with all his best men standing before him. Silver's army was approaching, and they needed to do something, or else they would all die. But they were the ones that blatantly refused Drake and told him that they would attack his kingdom if he didn't release the people they sent there. They didn't expect that Silver would be this terrifying, and now they were faced with the results of their actions. They now understood that they were facing someone very terrifying. They had to find another way to handle this. "Let's use the underground passages. There is one that leads to that kingdom," the king spoke, and everyone paid attention. "It might be blocked, but there's no one to stop us from actually opening it now, because all the fighters from their kingdom have come to take over us. If we can move our best men through that passage at top speed, we should be able to ruin his kingdom before he fully does the same to us. It's a risky move, but it must be done, or else we will lose our kingdom. So prepare the Alpha troops and the elite troops. I'll lead them to take over the kingdom myself. I'll lead this war, and we will make sure that we win. This is the only move that we can make right now to ensure that we sink his kingdom," the king said and got up from his throne. He didn't wait for anyone there to say anything. He simply left and headed to his room. When he opened the door, his wife was seated on the bed with 2 children by her side, one 10 years old and the other 9. The older was a boy and the younger was a girl. "My husband, what is the situation of things now?" she asked, but he ignored her and walked into the closet room. Inside, the gold and black royal armor was there with his sword as well. He immediately donned it, with a serious expression on his face. While this was going on, something had slipped everyone's memory, but Silver had mentioned it, and that was the fact that Olin had a huge crystal deposit. So while this was ongoing, his clones had been digging and transporting the resources of Olin. And while he was doing this, his clones ran into something that might turn out to be a serious issue. Inside the crystal mines, the clones stumbled upon something suspicious, something unusual. They decided it would be best for Silver to come himself. So Silver came there after leaving the war. He headed to the crystal mines and walked in, but what he saw sent chills down his spine. During the excavation of crystals, the clones had dug too far, too fast, and they stumbled upon a cave chamber and a large statue. The statue was over 15 feet tall, and from the eyes of this statue, blood spilled and constantly filled the room, flowing through some holes that were created in the room. All this was confusing, and Silver didn't know what to think at this point. What the hell was happening here? Why was there a statue there? Why was there even an underground chamber? Silver decided to come closer and check what was going on. He approached the statue, his feet going through the shallow pool of blood. His eyes darted around in all directions, ensuring that there was nothing else here. This was so random, and it made absolutely no sense. But when he looked back, he saw that the way they used to come here had vanished. The clones, and he hadn't even noticed when this happened. What the hell was happening here? Silver immediately took out his sword, and so did all the 10 clones there. They watched around to see what was happening. Suddenly, they heard a voice. "Is this the task you were given to do? Raid a country?" Silver looked around to find the voice that spoke, but he couldn't see anyone. Then the fully black man that was with Ophelia appeared. When Silver saw him, he immediately got ready to fight, but the man raised his hands, and Silver, along with all the clones, were brought to their knees, unable to move even an inch. "Do you believe that because you have touched a little strength, you can fight everything? How very prideful of you. Your power and strength are merely a fragment in front of divinity," the man said, and started walking about, still keeping Silver kneeling. Silver and the clones struggled with all their might but couldn't do anything. "I'm sure you want to know why I can keep you restrained without doing much, right? Well, it's something called world law. It's like your domain, where you can enforce your authority. The same way for me, I can enforce my authority and laws in this world, and even more so in this cave." That's the first question answered. "Now Silver, you'll be wondering just who I am, so let me tell you. I am a being that stands at almost the same footing as your beloved goddess, and because of that, I have power over this world. Now, I shouldn't be able to do what I'm doing now, talking to you and enforcing my power on you how I want. But thank goodness for a special artifact, this cave, the Cave of 1,000 Bloodlines. With the help of this cave, I can bypass the power of order once completely for a set duration. But this cave comes at a massive price. 1,000 virgins. Their blood must be consumed by the cave. So I made it so that a human hundreds of years ago would find this artifact with some rules on how to use it, saying it would grant them any wish. I suffered a heavy backlash from order because of that move. But the man did as expected, and over years, he found 1,000 people and killed them, putting them into the cave. He actually used humans. That stupid idiot. I told him virgins they could have been from any race here, but he thought it was only humans. Such stupidity. By the time he was about to use the artifact, he was caught to something I orchestrated as well, and I took back my artifact. I know what you are thinking now. How do I have more access to this world than Ophelia? Well, unlike her, I have few restrictions, the man said. He looked at Silver and then released Silver's mouth to talk. "What is all this crap you are saying? Ophelia never told me about anything like this," Silver said. "Oh, well, she can't. Even what I'm doing now, she doesn't really know about it. Otherwise, she would have never let me do it. I want to take a religion from your old world. They talk about the god, the sun, and then a spirit, right? Well, you see, the god had the least contact with that world. The sun is the messenger of the god, sent to work in the world, trusting the god. The spirit knows all the god's plans, and due to that fact, he can make contact with the world, but not like the sun. I want to use that human-made reference to talk about Ophelia now. Ophelia is the god in this situation, and I am the spirit. Thousands of years ago, the dark dragon was the sun. Now that is you are the sun. I hate saying that. You are our contact to this world, the one supposed to help the gods save their world. But you have started going off track, kid. You really have. And that's actually not your fault, but because Ophelia refused to let me guide you. It would be very risky, as order would frown on it. Really, that's a bummer. But now I have a few minutes to talk to you here before I go. I want to tell you a bit about the gravity of what you are facing, kid. When I'm done, you will understand that your conquests and activities are useless and pointless, and that you are wasting time. You have seen your own future, or you have seen it through the eyes of that fairy. How much do you think you have changed that future? How much do you believe you have secured a win for when it happens? Or are you just delusional, because you have no idea what real power looks like? The idea of heroes and demon kings has filled your head, giving you the false reality that they are the strongest in this world. But before I go far, do you even know the true strength of a demon king or hero? You believed your dragon eyes could gauge their strength, or you believe that with infinite clones, you can defeat them? No, that is naive and stupid, because their strength is not gauged that way. A demon king possesses a curse, and a hero a blessing. When a curse or blessing is activated, It's usually during a world-shattering event. If a hero activates his blessing, his power could shatter reality and bend the fabric of space, and that's with a normal punch. Your millions of infinite clones would be destroyed before they got close. That is only a tip of how the demon kings and heroes are. You might be a candidate, but until you receive your curse, never try to go against a hero or demon king. Silver. They are not just nuts in a different league, they exist on a plane of their own. They see the world differently from you. This might hurt your dragon ego, but you are no match for them. But that's beside the plan. I have little time here, so I'll tell you all that I heard, and the rest is up to you to understand. There are many things you don't understand, and the task that the goddess has given you is not one that can be easily carried out. It might look like the simple completion of tasks that she gives you to carry out, but it's far more than that. The details are so vast that I would have to spend days explaining them to you. There is also the fact that she believes you are not ready for that. Taking that into consideration, you need to understand that your task here is not simple and will not be a walk in the park for you. The wars you must fight they are massive, and this thing you are doing now, battling some random kingdom, is not helping anything. Instead, it's building more trouble for you. But you won't listen to me after all. You are a dragon, and your pride equals that of gods. But I need you to understand something, and it's really important. Silver. Time is ticking, it's running down fast. This new world adventure you think you are in, it's going to end. It's going to turn evil, brutal, and filled with so much darkness that you might turn into a monster. What that lily showed you is only the beginning. The darkness stretches far beyond that, it goes deeper, something that, even with your strength, you'll never fix if you don't avoid it. Give me your hand. I'll show you something now. But what I want to show you is a heavy defiance of order, so this artifact will use all its power to block order, but immediately after, I'll have to go, the black man said and stretched out his hand. Silver's body felt free, and he stood up. He walked to the man and held his hand. Immediately, like a very powerful gust of wind, his face was hit, his head snapped back, and his eyes closed. He slowly opened his eyes, only to see a barren land. The ground was scorched black, and the skies were dark, covered with smoke. He looked around this place, his eyes darting around, trying to figure out what this was. Where am I? Silver asked. The future, you are the most likely outcome of the path that you are treading. This is the world now, the world that was created after several happenings. The man replied. Am I alive, or did I die in this world? Silver asked. Die? You can't die. You didn't die. You became the ruler of this world. You were supposed to die, but someone risked their soul to keep yours. They snatched you from the jaws of death. The person is someone dear to you, someone who was compatible with you, and that was Elsa. She gave her soul to let you live. In the passing time before that happened, you lost all the guardians, each one killed in service to your crazy plans, butchered, mutilated, deaths that came in different ways. Lily died in your hands, her only wish being that you never forget her. But in your rage and quest for vengeance, you forgot her. You forgot them, and you lost more people. Your sisters, your brothers, your friends, and everyone that stood for you. Only Elsa followed, trying to save you from yourself. But you threw yourself into the jaws of death, and she gave her life for you. After that, you became a being driven by the purest form of rage, the purest form of anger. You destroyed all, until even Ophelia saw you as a threat and tried to seal you. And then you moved against her. You used everything you could and injured Hera, a god. But you suffered your own injuries. You didn't die, mostly because she felt she was to blame for what you had become. She felt that she tarnished your soul and destroyed your life. She couldn't land that final blow. So you escaped, and using what divine power you had, you sealed the world away to become your domain. Trying to recover for the day she would recover and come back so that you could end her. This world was no longer her world. It became a place that you used to gain energy, and the life that existed here was just to serve the demon lord that you had become, the man said, and then removed Silver from the vision. Silver fell to the ground immediately, shaking and sweating. He had a deep look of unbelief on his face. Silver, this is no story with a happy ending. There is no happy ending. You were brought here to save or destroy. This is no fairy tale, the man said and vanished. So did the cave, and Silver was returned to the crystal cave. Silver stayed in the cave for a while, sitting and looking at the entrance, thinking of all that he had seen today. The war at Olin lost all purpose to him. "Drake, have you finished the war?" Silver asked telepathically. "No, sir. We are taking it slow like you asked, following the plan," Drake said. "It has gone on for long enough. Use your strongest level spells, destroy them all, hold nothing back." "I'm done with the whole Olin thing." "I don't care about who plotted the whole thing. Just wipe them out." "I'm going home," Silver said and got up. He walked out of the cave and started heading home. A lot had happened to him, starting from the fact that the black man was capable of holding him down without much effort, and there was nothing he could do. And then there was the future that he was shown. Even when Lily showed him bad futures, he never felt as scared as what he felt today. "Am I really going to turn into a monster? Something that destroys everything, including those close to me?" "Sure, I have little emotions. Sure, I'm pretty much evil, but to that extent? Can that really be me?" Silver asked himself. "I just heard Drake's order." "What happened, Silver?" Lily appeared behind him. "I just got tired of the war," Silver said, not wanting to answer. "That's a lie, Silver, and you know it." "I can tell that something is bothering you, so what is it?" she asked. "It's nothing." "No, there's definitely something, so tell me," Lily said. "Fine, I saw the end. I saw the end of all this, of this life that I've found myself in," Silver said. Lily paused for a while and then spoke. "I'm guessing whatever you saw was not good, and from the way you seem, it must have been worse than what I showed you," Lily said. "Worse is an understatement, Lily. There was no world, there was only darkness in the purest possible form. And at the top of it all was me, standing on millions of corpses, of people I love and people that stood against me. I became the demon lord. The world was destroyed by my hands in the end." "That was what I saw," Silver said, hanging his head low as he spoke. "So what? So what if you saw some bad future, Silver?" "It all depends on what you want. Do you want to destroy the world?" "No matter what showed you that future, it's still a changeable future." "No future is definite, it's never definite." "You showed me the same energy when I showed you the future, so show the same energy." "We all look up to you, and we trust your decisions," Lily said. Silver looked back at her and forced a smile. "You don't understand." "You would if you saw it," he said, and then brought out his wings, shooting into the air and flying off. Lily watched him go, a sad expression on her face as she looked at Silver. She decided that she would at least help him finish this war that they had started. Lily flew over the capital of Olin. The castle was the last place left to be destroyed, as the other guardians had taken care of the rest of the city. She raised her hands into the air, and a very large magical circle formed in the sky. It began spinning and finally fired a massive flame pillar into the castle, completely obliterating it and everyone inside. Inside the underground passage, the king and his people moved through the carriage on their way to destroy the Dark Dragon. This was the only way by which they would be able to win the war, or at least make some damage. If only they had known that the plan had changed and their hopes were already destroyed. The king led them bravely, and they finally got to the blockage that had been made long ago. But they immediately noticed that someone was seated there. The person was playing with some sort of red flames. It was a lady. "Who are you?" the king asked. "The name's Ares. I was asked to watch you before, but things changed, and my master asked me to end everything. So sadly, I'll have to end your journey here," Ares said. The king didn't say anything. He immediately attacked Ares, but Ares simply blasted him with a huge stream of chaos. The blast killed the king and went ahead to kill all the people following him with ease. She sighed after they all died so easily and was about to walk away. But then she felt a sudden pressure out of nowhere and moved to dodge immediately. The blade passed right before her face but didn't touch her. She looked at who attacked and saw that it was the king, covered in blood, with glowing red eyes and bulging veins. "What did you do to yourself? A human of your strength should not be able to survive a blast from my chaos," Ares said. "Raya!" The king roared and attacked. It was like the king was no longer in control but was now a raging beast. "This must have something to do with that demon blood master talked about," Ares said. She dodged his attack easily and punched him with a chaos-covered punch, completely obliterating his spine from the front to the back. Blood spilled in all directions as the king fell to the ground, almost lifeless. Aris walked next to him, looked at him, and the only look on her face was disgust. She raised her leg and stomped it on his head immediately, shattering the skull and killing the king instantly. She blasted the blockage open and walked away, leaving the heap of bodies on the ground and the king of a kingdom bleeding out from his skull. One of many deaths that Silver's decisions would cause. The war ended, but it was the beginning of many things, as Silver was now seen as a threat, not by a few people, but by the whole of humanity. A small kingdom possessing the power to take out a kingdom overnight, that's something only the Empire and the Holy Kingdom would be capable of. It only showed that a third power had risen, and that power was a kingdom led by a demon king candidate. The humans didn't like the sound of that. They didn't want someone like Silver growing so fast and crazily, but they couldn't really stop this now, could they? Silver, on the other hand, had changed his direction. He understood that there was no way he could enter the Empire now, not with what he saw. His mindset and thought processes had taken a hit after watching that vision of the future. So he decided that before he stepped into the Empire and continued the goddess's work, he would have to create a new kingdom for himself. With the help of Drake and Lily, he wanted to bring to his kingdom all that they had on Earth, but modified by magic. If he did this, he would be able to create a world stronger than the Empire and even the Holy Kingdom. He decided to modernize means for everything, with the use of magic. Master Silver, the building that you asked to be cleared for the school has been fully set up, Drake said to Silver, who was on his throne. That was faster than I expected. Well, either way, it's good. You already have the setup prepared for it. It's for children less than the age of 12. Teach them the basics of everything, Silver said. Master, if I may ask, why is it that you suddenly shifted your attention to the kingdom? Drake asked. Because I have been rushing. I have been blindly chasing everything that I was supposed to do. I forgot to stop, take a look around, and see how far I've come. After the war a few days back, I took enough time to think. I tried to process so much that even my 11 minds could barely handle it. And I came up with a simple solution. As stupid as it sounds, I decided to take it easy. It doesn't mean that I'll stop. It doesn't mean that I won't go into the Empire. I'll, of course, do that, but I also have to have a beautiful home that I can come to. So we will expand, we will grow, until the Dark Dragon Kingdom has become one that is as powerful as the Empire, Silver said, and then looked around. At the end, it also makes a beautiful distraction, Silver said. Distraction? Drake asked. Oh yes. Show the world that I have changed my focus to building, and that's what they will see, while in reality, I'm still infiltrating the Empire and getting what we need to. That's not the main reason for what I'm doing, but it's a pretty solid additional reason, Silver said. Master, stop, Drake said, shocking Silver. Silver looked at him with a confused look. This was the first time that Drake had stopped him when he was talking. Master, I may be out of bounds here, but I am still your right-hand man, and that counts for something. Have you ever paused to take a look at what you have created? This kingdom, this place? Have you even taken in the beautiful place around you? This was built by you on a whim, so I want you to imagine what it would be like if you actually put a lot of energy into it. I want you to think about what would become of this place if you actually channeled all your resources and time into this kingdom. You would build a world beyond measure. I have looked at your work. I have tried to decipher the way your mind works, but it's too sophisticated for me. So why not channel all that creative energy into your home, Master? I would follow you to every war and to every place, but at the end of the day, we still have to come home. We have to come here. I can tell that something is wrong with you, but you don't wish to share, so I will never pry. But still, whatever it is should not make you into a war-seeking monster, always seeking out the next mission and the best mission. You need to stop and look at the little things, fix the little issues, be a king. In a room in this castle, Rose lies in a coma. How many times have you thought about helping to bring her back? Somewhere as well is a woman waiting for Master Quinn to come and marry her, but because he is way too busy, he has been stuck here with you. There are so many more little things that would put a smile on a few faces, but you have refused to look at those little things and have focused on the grand things. It might be due to the fact that you are a dragon and that your pride fights against it, but think about this, what pride does a dragon have if the people he was to protect died or vanished? All I'm trying to say is this, Master Silver, I may not know the urgency of going to the Empire, but I want you to remember that you have to stop and enjoy the world that you live in. Drake finished talking and kept quiet. Silver looked at Drake. He stared for a while and then spoke. Thank you, Drake. I guess I lost sight of many things in the pursuit of the task I had to do. Even if it's urgent, I should try to take it easy. So that's what we will do now, Drake. We will call back all missions that have to do with the Empire and focus our efforts on the kingdom. We will build a powerhouse similar to the Holy Kingdom and the Empire, Silver said with a smile. One person destroyed 2 kingdoms, and we sit watching him do what he wants? Is this not a declaration of war? A middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table in rage. He was seated inside a large room with a massive meeting table at the center, with close to 20 people, men and women, seated around it. The man had a vexed look on his face. He could barely hold in his anger at this point. Silver had been doing whatever he wanted, and it was getting out of hand. The man looked at the leader and asked, so what do you have to say about this? The leader looked down at the table and let out a deep sigh before speaking. The Holy Kingdom decided that they would have nothing to do with what Silver is doing, and as long as he doesn't come near them, they have nothing to do with him. The heroes have also refused to step in, and the reasons they gave are that they don't have time to deal with pests and that the Empire doesn't tell them what to do. We are the only ones that see him as a threat. Even the royal family doesn't take his issue seriously. After all, they have to deal with the multiple openings of portals that have been happening. It's risking the opening of the seal, and they don't want that to them. That is a bigger issue, so they don't want to waste time with this Silver. There is also the fact that the war Silver waged against the Kingdom of Olin was completely following the rules set out. He sent a warning before he engaged in war. So on paper, he is legally allowed to do what he did. Though I doubt that he follows rules, to be honest. I believe that we should engage him, but he has shown how powerful he can be. He has shown what his strength is. Keeping him aside, there are also those that follow him. Their strength is beyond what it should be. But all hope is not lost because I pushed for something, and the royal family responded. They also went the distance to ask the Holy Kingdom to sponsor a part of it. It doesn't stop there as well. The elves and the dragons are in on it, as well as other races. It would be the first time that something like this is happening. I used what Silver did as a catalyst, giving them the idea that, for one time only, let's try to have the biggest competition ever. The first interracial event that has happened in years. We have been at peace. So let's finally get into a deeper connection. But all that is a lie and a facade. It's only because we have to take out the most dangerous Demon King candidate. We will hold a tournament, a grand one, the first of its kind, the leader said, and everyone was shocked at what he said. He had basically just said that he forced a united competition, all targeted at killing one person. It was absurd to think this was possible. Humans and the other races have always been at each other's necks. Even when there was no war, there had never been any real peace. What the hell did you just say? There is no way we are going to have a united competition. It's not going to happen. One middle-aged woman from the table spoke, and everyone nodded in agreement. Well, it's already in motion. I know what you are all thinking, and it's very much valid. The reason why they accepted to do this is really simple. The demons want to know our strengths, and they believe that we want to know their strengths. Everyone coming for the tournament has a hidden agenda. They are all plotting. It could probably lead to an all-out war, but in the end, that Silver will die. Can't you see? It's a plan that makes sure we get rid of Silver. The risk is worth it. You all have started getting too obsessed with that kid. A voice sounded in the room, and everyone turned to see White Fang. I met a cult a few days ago, the ones that attacked Silver, and they were obsessed with killing the kid. I had to stop them, and now look at you. You went behind the backs of the heroes to try and host a competition so massive. So what did you plan to tell us? What did you plan to say as an explanation when we found out? You lot think you can walk around and do what you want when you want because you are a lousy counsel for the Empire? I hate it. I hate it when ants do not know their places, so I'll make sure that none of you are capable of doing something like this again. White Fang said and allowed his pressure to fill the room. Immediately, everyone was choked and couldn't move. White Fang walked up to a woman first. He could see the fear in her eyes as she struggled to breathe. You geese think you have so much power, plotting to disturb the balance that we, the heroes, have fought for so long to keep. He grabbed her head and added some strength, crushing it like it was nothing. The blood splattered in all directions, staining the ground and the table. He walked to the next person and placed his finger to the side of his head. You all are stupid, way too stupid for your own good, so I'll have to rid the world of your stupidity for now, White Fang said and pierced his finger into the head of the man. He forced it in until his fist entered the head as well, and then he pulled it out, allowing the blood to pour. He moved to the next person. He didn't say a word and simply snapped his neck so hard the head ripped off. All while doing this, there was a smile on his face. White Fang walked to the next person, grabbed the man by his neck, and lifted him up from the chair, choking him with so much strength that he shattered the throat and killed him. He dropped the body aside and walked to the woman that was next. While he did this, everyone stared in fear, praying to whoever they could to be able to escape from here. But no one was answering their prayers, as White Fang shattered the woman's skull in a swift move. He went to the next person and killed that person as well. Blood had stained the floor and was flowing endlessly. He continued until all were dead but the leader. White Fang picked the leader up by the head and looked him in the eyes. You are the plotter, right? I'd love to slowly torture you till death, but I have a message I need you to deliver. Go to the royal family. Tell them that the heroes want to have a word with them. They should prepare. 2 weeks from now. If they aren't ready, they will bear the consequences of their actions, Fang said. He was about to let the man go, but he realized it would be a shame to allow him to go like this. So he grabbed one of the man's arms and tore it off. The man screamed in pain, but Fang was not done. He went ahead to pierce his finger into an eye hole and removed the eye forcefully before dropping him to the ground, bleeding. You better not die here, because if you do, I'll have to kill your family for disrespecting me, Fang said and left the room. The man crawled with one arm and a bleeding eye. He found his second arm on the ground, where his spatial ring was. He managed to get a healing potion from inside and drank it before passing out. All right. Today I want us to work on a particular weapon that can be used by everyone with even a little bit of mana. It can be used by anyone and offers an extra line of defense, Silver said. He was at a round table surrounded by Lily, Drake, Elsa, his 2 brothers, Aaron, his 2 sisters, and Amber. The rest had other things to do and could not be here. Silver took out a blueprint and spread it across the table. It looked like a rifle gun from Earth, but there had been several modifications made, especially to make it work in this world. Drake and I spent a whole night trying to make my idea come to pass, and this weapon is called the Mana Gun, the first model of its kind. It will be called the first General Model X. Now let me get into the details of how this works. We use the cheapest metal that we have in large bulk to make the bullets. Bullets? What are those? Mike asked. He had a whole lot of questions to ask, but he decided to chip in this one. Well, I was getting to that, Silver said and took out a bullet prototype. It was like a normal bullet, the only difference being the runes that were drawn on it. This is a bullet, the projectile that is shot out of the gun. Now, you might think that this little projectile can't kill or really harm anyone. But it can, due to the speed and force. There are also little details to it, but I'll not get into it. In fact, the best way to help you all understand the workings of this is by testing it, so let's go outside, Silver said. Wait, you have created it already? Quinn asked. Well, of course. Drake is an engineering genius, and Lily is a master at mana manipulation. It took us less time than it took to draw the blueprints, Silver said and walked out. Everyone met at the training yard of the castle. Silver stood there waiting. In his hand was the rifle, spotting a slick golden look, with carved and glossy wood. The runes on its body added to its slick design. That gun looks really expensive to create, Leah pointed out. Well, yes, this one was, and there is only this one of one. The ones that would be created after this one would be reduced in quality and power, Silver explained. For the rest of the test, Drake set up an orichalcum metal armor at the opposite side of the training yard near the wall. It was a really sturdy armor that would even take heavy spells and come out untouched. Now, I'll be shooting at that armor. The way I do that is by channeling the mana in my body through my arms. Immediately it touches the gun, it's powered up. The bullet will get charged up instantly, and when I pull the trigger, it will fire the bullet in the direction that the barrel is facing. After explaining, he took a proper shooting stance and raised his gun. He aimed his gun and pressed the trigger. A loud bang resounded. It was as though the air shook as the extremely fast bullet blasted out of the barrel, traveling at a speed that would put the best guns of Earth to shame. The bullet met with the armor, obliterating the armor into nothing and blasting a massive hole into the wall. Everyone stared in shock. What the hell had they just witnessed? How could such destructive power be held inside that small tube? Now, what you have witnessed is the power of this mana gun. Though we will not produce more of this particular type, we are going to give soldiers a version. It might give them more power, but I don't want them to have power so easily. They should still have to train and not rely solely on the gun. This particular model will be a relic, commemorating the first of its kind. Now, if there are any questions about this weapon, ask away, Silver said. And immediately, everyone aside from Lily and Drake raised their hands. Silver spent a few minutes explaining everything and answering all their questions. They all wanted to give it a try, but Silver refused, as he didn't want to destroy the castle by accident. After the presentation for the day, Silver called all those that were yet to evolve. He wasn't done with their training, even if it had been pushed back. So he called Aaron, Faye, Dawn, Leah, Mike, Roxy, and Sage. They all waited for him in the battle arena of the castle. While Silver was headed there, Ares met him and stopped him. Silver, I've had something I wanted to tell you since the day I killed the king in the underground passage, Ares said. Huh? What is it? Silver asked. Well, I know you already know about the demon blood situation, but it seems to have gotten worse. I fought with the king, and he used demon blood, but it was different from what we knew. It was more refined, Ares said. So what you are saying is that the Empire is getting close to perfecting the blood? Silver asked. Pretty much. It seems that it's getting better, and we will have to find a way to stop this. You have paused your plan to enter the Empire, Ares said. I didn't pause it, it's still ongoing. But I've decided to try and build a home first. Also, I want everyone to be truly strong before we do. And that's why, right now, I'm going to train their asses until they finally reach the level I want them to be, Silver said and walked away. As he went through the hallways headed for the arena, he thought about what she said. The demon blood was what he was supposed to find out about. If this blood was getting better, it meant he was running out of time. There was always the fact that the demon kings had given him a time frame. So much to do, so much to find out. Is this family that I have helping me or holding me back? Silver asked himself as he got to the arena. Immediately he stepped in. A huge lance of ice shot toward his face. Silver took out his sword at lightning speed and slashed the ice lance in two. He leapt into the air and chucked his sword at them with so much force that the sword hit the floor and caused a massive explosion, throwing all of them in all directions. You guys will have to do better than a surprise attack, Silver said as he pulled out his sword. He felt someone approaching and quickly turned around to block their attack. Dawn's sword slammed against Silver's sword, and she was pushed back a dozen meters. Silver pointed his sword at her and fired a powerful blast of abyssal flames. The flames hit Dawn square inches her chest and blasted her into a wall. Silver turned around, dodged Mike's sword, and used the broadside of his sword to slam into Mike's stomach. Mike arched back and coughed blood before being thrown into the air. Sage moved to catch him, but Silver charged at her and kicked her right in the chest, almost knocking her out. He grabbed Mike in the air and chucked him into the ground. Silver landed on the ground and set his sights on Roxy and Leah. He went full speed and hit behind Leah. She tried to turn around, but he punched her in the spine. She fell to the ground, unable to move at all. He immediately launched at Roxy. She was weak in frontal battle, so Silver took her out quickly. After that, he turned his attention to Faye. She took her sword stance, getting ready to attack. Silver looked at her and then smiled before stomping his feet into the ground so hard that she stumbled. When she found her footing, Silver was already in front of her, but before he could attack her, Aaron used a powerful blast of wind to attack Silver. Silver was pushed back a few steps, and Aaron took Faye and ran. But Silver was not going to let them go, as dark tendrils shot out of the ground and caught both of them. The tendrils raised them high into the air and slammed them into the ground with so much force that they nearly passed out. You geese should heal up. Round 2 in 10 minutes. We will have to keep going until you pass your limits, Silver said. Master, you are smiling. Drake came to Silver's side and said, Huh? Smiling? I didn't notice that. I guess I'm having too much fun, Silver said. So chucking them like rag dolls is fun for you? Drake asked. Well, it's for their own good. And also, yeah, I love chucking them around, Silver said and went to sit down. Well, there is an issue we have to discuss. I sent the blueprints of the mana gun to the factory we set up for it, and immediately someone tried to steal the blueprint. He was caught and is now in the dungeons. When we looked into it more, we discovered that the man was not in the right state. Something was controlling him. It was buried in his brain. It was a crystal. We don't know how or who is it, but we need to be careful, Drake said. Well, tell me more about this person. I believe there is more to him, Silver said. We couldn't find anything about him or where he could have possibly gotten it from. I decided to ask you before I took any serious measures, Drake said. You have my permission. Ask Lily to run through his memories with all the force needed and get what we need. There might be more problems with this issue, and we don't want that to spread even if it means affecting that man, Silver said without emotion. Risking one person was more important than risking the kingdom, and that was what Silver lived by. Silver walked through the cold, damp hallways that led to the underground dungeons. The guards opened up the gate as soon as they saw him. He walked in and headed straight for the dungeon holding the man who stole the blueprint. Inside the dungeon, Lily was there, beside the man who was tied to a chair, her hand placed on his head as if praying for him. Have you gotten anything yet? Silver asked as he walked into the dungeon. I have scoured his entire mind. I couldn't find anything that points to what could have put the crystal in his head. But since I could not find any memories about that, I decided to search for missing memories, and I actually found something. This memory was about him going deep into the forest some days back. And then, for the next few minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, his memory went blank. It was like there was a jump ship, so I believe that the time frame was when this happened. And if this happened, there is a chance that the person or thing could still be there or around the waiting for the next person that would come, so that he will plant. It is possible that they have moved on, but knowing the way humans think, when something works out, they start to gamble even more and more, with the belief that they will win more. Lily said, I see what you are saying. If it's only been a few days, that means the person would have tried again, and maybe he would have gotten someone else as well. But there is an issue. How many people go through that path in the forest? If it's not a popular path, then there is a high chance that the person is no longer there, Silver said. That's true, the path doesn't seem to go through there, but I think I know something that relates to this issue. Our economy works based on what you say, right? What you decide sells is what sells. Well, a small herb business opened up on the outskirts of town. An old man runs it. I was going to report it in and have it shut down, but I decided to make an exception when I found out that he sold at your prices and also pays adequate tax. What I'm saying is that the man set up some sort of quests, like that of the adventurer guilds, and that required people to go into the forest and find herbs. Especially the forest that this man went to. This has been running for a week. I'm beginning to think that this old man had something to do with this case. He is probably sending them there to get captured and get the chip implanted. Lily said, I see. Then we will go and check it out. But before we do, Lily, next time, make sure you destroy any business we didn't allow. There will come a time when people can do that, but not now, Silver said and walked out. She followed behind. Silver and Lily arrived at the little shop tucked away in a corner of the capital. Immediately, people saw them arrive, and everyone that was purchasing from the shop scattered. They all knew that the shop was not using the correct system that was established, and they believed that was the reason Silver had come here. Silver walked in without any care and headed straight for the counter where the man was seated. The old man got up to greet Silver, but Silver raised his hand to stop the man. I'm not here for what you think. It's not because I want to shut down your shop, even if it is being run illegally. But I want to know something about the mission to gather herbs you have been sending people on. If you give me the true and honest details about this, I'll let your shop be the first of its kind, and I'll not close it. But if you dare lie to me or withhold any vital information, I'll have you publicly executed for treason and plotting against the kingdom, Silver said, making sure that the man knew what he was up against if he lied. I swear I didn't do anything wrong. The mission to get herbs was just because I needed the herbs. A man had told me that a particular type of herb is located at a specific place in the forest. I went there myself the first time, and I confirmed that it was there, but because of my age, I couldn't keep going, so I set up the mission, the man explained. Someone told you about this herb. Who is that person? I want the full details and everything about him now, Silver said. Yes, he lives in the forest, I think, because the 2 times I went there, I saw him. He was also wearing pure white. He had white hair like yours, Your Majesty. Even his eyes, they were blue like yours. He was extremely handsome with a bright smile on his face. He said everything with a smile. Oh, that reminds me. He told me that he would come to the kingdom. He said something about wanting to meet the king. It was then that he showed me where to find that herb, the old man said. I see. Well, thank you. When I return, we will talk about how to handle your business and what you need to do. For now, you can run it how you want and do what you want. Thank you for cooperating, Silver said and left with Lily. So we are heading to the forest, I'm guessing, Lily said. Yes. But I'll be calling Ares and Drake too. Follow as backup. We don't want to be taken off guard by whoever is behind all this, Silver said. He contacted Drake and Ares, filled them in on what happened and where he was going, and then asked them to meet him there. Silver and Lily arrived at the herb spot in the forest. To not look suspicious, they started picking some herbs there. You can both stop the pretense. I already expected you, and you expected me. A voice came from behind them. Silver and Lily turned around. They saw the man in white standing there with a smile on his face. So, you are the one that has been planting crystals into the heads of those from my kingdom. What is your game? Talk now, and I'll spare your life, Silver said. Big talk coming from a measly Demon King candidate. But the crystals were never the goal. It was simply to lure you out of your kingdom. I needed to have a one-on-one talk with you. And your city now has defenses that even a hero would have a hard time getting through. So this was the best method for me to get to you, and it worked. So here we are. As for my name, I am boom. A huge blast of chaos slammed into the ground where the man in white stood. From the dust cloud that rose, the man leapt out and landed a small distance away. Hero White Fang, Ares yelled as she and Drake arrived. When she spotted White Fang from a distance, she immediately knew who it was. Hero? Silver asked in shock. He looked at White Fang with his guard up. Ha ha ha, if it isn't the Chaos Spirit that refused to serve the heroes. To think that you would actually come to serve a Demon King candidate. You refuse the heroes, and you refuse the Demon Kings. So why did you choose this little Demon King candidate? What is so special about him that has everyone up and boiling? White Fang said and started walking towards Silver. Drake and Lily immediately leapt in front of White Fang to stop him. Whoa, an original vampire? One that holds the blood of the first monarch? And the fairy, a royal fairy. How do you have such beings working for you, kid? Even heroes and demon kings would go through a lot to get their help, yet you have the best of them. Vampires are already rare as it is, but you have an original, White Fang said with a smile. Silver was hearing new information. This was the first time he heard about another royal fairy or original vampire. But that was not important now because right in front of him was a hero, and he couldn't tell off the bat. It was as though White Fang had suppressed his aura. Silver knew that he had to speak here. It didn't matter if he knew what was happening or not, he had to be the king here. So why did you come here? You said that you wanted to lure me out here. What is it for? Silver asked. Oh, nothing much, Silver, White Fang said, dragging the name Silver. You see, I started hearing about you everywhere, and that piqued my curiosity. When I discovered that we looked similar, I had to come. You know why? Because there is only one other person that should look like me. My only family. I've known she has been alive, but I never thought she would be in a small kingdom, and so I never searched here. But where I found you, and I have a feeling you have something to do with her. So, I'll ask you now to come with me so that I can ask you a few questions, White Fang said and stretched out his hand to grab Silver. Drake blocked the hand, and White Fang frowned a bit. He sent a punch at Drake. Drake blocked it but went skidding backward till he slammed into a tree and made it fall to the ground. Silver was shocked to see this because Drake was 10 times stronger than what he was before, yet he was pushed back from a punch. Vampire, where did you get that strength from? Even if you are an original, that punch had a hint of my blessing in it. It should have killed you or knocked you out regardless of your stats. You need a way to block my blessings or ridiculously large stats, and you should not have that, White Fang asked. Hearing this, Silver understood that Drake survived due to their pact. The hero had used a bit of his blessing, and that was power beyond what Silver had. Silver, this is the power of a hero. I'm a demon king, and the reason I lost. Once they use their blessing or curse, it's a whole different game, Ares said to Silver telepathically. Oh, telepathy. You geese should let me in on the discussion. White Fang turned his attention to Ares. All of you are centered around this Silver. Then he is special, really special. He must have given you all some sort of power-up. That's why you survived the punch. Now I want to know all the details about you even more. Silver, come with me, and I'll not have to kill your friends right here. Their bodies would make great research, White Fang said. In your dreams, Ares yelled and fired a stream of chaos. White leapt into the air and dodged it, but Lily had already attacked with a massive fireball. White Fang didn't even flinch at the sight of this. He swatted the flames, but to his surprise, the flames exploded. The massive explosion threw him into the trees. He landed with a bang. Silver, you have to go now, Drake managed to get up and say. Go where? I'm not going anywhere. I can already tell that he is stronger than all of you combined. Look at what he did to you, Drake, with a touch of his blessing. Imagine if he decided to do more. To fight his crazy power, I'll need a power that isn't bound by reality as well, Silver said. He activated Joker of the Abyss and got ready to fight. This was the only form he believed could stand against this. You guys are really something. Your base power is that of a young hero. That should be impossible, White Fang said as he got up and walked toward them. He didn't even look like he had been brought down by anything. His clothes were still clean, and there was no injury on his body. I want to know more about you, Silver, so stop wasting my time and let's go, White Fang said. He looked for Silver and then saw the Joker. He could tell that this Joker was Silver, but he had somehow changed. This form, why does it give a strange aura? He asked himself, but he didn't have time for this because Drake, Lily, and Ares had started their attack. Drake formed dual blood blades and charged at White Fang. Using his full speed, it looked like he teleported, but White Fang dodged the blades easily. Then White Fang stepped forward and punched Drake, but a layer of shock-absorbing blood blocked the punch. The force from the punch still caused a powerful explosion that pushed Drake back. Immediately, a powerful flame bullet shot toward White Fang. White Fang dodged the bullet, but the bullet followed him. Another one of Lily's spells. White Fang saw the flame bullet coming after him. He pointed his finger at the flame bullet, and a bright light shot out and destroyed it. You all are quite good, but that's all that I said. Just good, White Fang said and vanished from their sights. He appeared behind Silver and tried to hold him, but Silver was able to detect him. He created a barrier around himself, blocking White Fang. This power, it isn't really your power. You are borrowing it from something, and I want to know what, White Fang said and pressed his hand forcefully, bypassing the barrier and moving towards Silver. Silver was shocked that White Fang was able to bypass it, but he didn't stop. He pulled out a card, and the card vanished as a bow appeared. Silver pulled the bow, and an arrow of lightning formed. He fired it and hit White Fang head-on. White Fang was thrown back by the attack, and there was a deep wound on his chest. But the wound healed almost immediately. Fang still had a surprised look on his face. You were able to actually hurt me? That shouldn't be possible. This power of yours is strange. I'm starting to get more intrigued by you. White Fang said. He moved again, faster than before, vanishing from their sight. Drake, Lily, and Ares stood around Silver to block him. But then they heard a voice. Blessing of light. Pierce. With those words alone, the three of them were suddenly pierced with bright lights that they could not even block. They fell to the ground, completely unable to move their bodies. Silver was shocked when he saw this. Was this the power of a blessing? It completely took them out. This should not be so. Your blessing is too powerful, Ares struggled to say. Ares, it's not too powerful. You just never really understood how strong you were, but you seem to have become comfortable. In the past, you always kept that layer of chaos around your body. It was hard to get through because it was Kozua power that comes close to that of blessings and curses. But now you fell off. You have seemingly become too comfortable and forgotten what it is like to be cautious. Again, all because of this boy Silver. That's why I find him interesting. There is also the fact that he looks like her, White Fang said. He wasn't paying attention, though, and in that time, Silver pulled another card. The card summoned a shadow beast. It rushed White Fang, but White Fang used a blast of light to deal with it and then rushed at Silver. Even if you can do the impossible in that form, you still need the mana and the intelligence to execute it. As it stands, yours are both weak, White Fang said as he went for the attack. You think so? Then why don't I crank this up as much as possible? Silver said and then summoned all 10 clones. 5 immediately entered the Joker of the Abyss form, while the other 2 stayed at the back, trying to create a Hell's Gate right there with their blood. When White Fang saw the clones, he froze for a split second, and that split second was all the clones and Silver needed. They pulled a card out of all their decks. On all cards, it showed the Rain of Swords. A formation appeared in the air, and swords coated with magic shot out in their thousands, landing on White Fang. White Fang raised his hands into the air and covered himself with a light barrier. The swords slammed against the barrier, raising a massive cloud of dust. When the dust died down, a massive crater was formed, but White Fang was safe in the middle. Silver knew the attack would not be able to stop him, and that was why he had the others create the Hell's Gate. The gate opened, and the force started pulling White Fang into it. He tried to resist, but this gate had the blood of 5 clones, and that made the suction extremely powerful. White Fang was only able to stop himself from being sucked in, but he couldn't move or do anything else. He decided to wait for the spell to run itself out. But Silver had other plans. He transformed back to normal, took out the Abyss Blade, and started concentrating, trying to use the same skill he used in the Broken World. The skill of his will, where he enforced his will. But he noticed that it was more difficult to do so. The skill was taking a lot of time to activate. He used Dragon Eyes to see why it was like that, and he discovered that the presence of White Fang here was tampering with the flow of his will. White Fang's will was dwarfing that of his. Silver saw this and was shocked because the sword amplified his will by a lot, yet White Fang had more than him. White Fang looked over at Silver and smiled. He suddenly increased his force and moved faster, breaking out of the grip of the gate and charging at Silver. Silver had less than a second to make his next move, so he made the move. He cast Domain, and his domain spread out immediately. Then he used the laws of time and locked the space to stop or slow down White Fang. But to his surprise, White Fang coated himself with his blessing, and the blessing nullified the effect of the domain. But still, the domain helped amplify Silver's control and will, allowing him to get really close to the amount needed to replicate the slash from back then. And so he did that. He slashed his blade as fast as he could, and then the bright light shined, covering the entire domain and even shattering the walls of the domain. When the light died down, the forest for more than a 10-kilometer radius was totally destroyed. No trees, no life here, just a barren land filled with destructive mana still flying around. If anyone less than level 50 stepped into this barren field, they would instantly be killed on the spot. Drake, Lily, and Ares had been protected, though. They were in the domain when Silver made the slash, so Ares used her chaos to cover them. And since the strike was not directed at them, they were able to survive. Ha 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 ha. White Fang laughed loudly when the attack was over. His entire body was covered in blood, from head to toe, but it didn't seem like he was injured. Silver was amazed by White Fang's healing factor. Oh, it was beyond this world. That attack That attack actually almost killed me. You almost killed a hero. That attack is crazy. Silver, you keep surprising me more and more. How can a Demon King candidate have such power to rival a hero? That's abnormal. But still, I like it. It seems I'll have to go all out with you now, Silver. Let's hope what you showcased now was not your total best, because I have a lot more to test, White Fang said. How did you survive that and still have the energy to walk? Silver asked. He was genuinely confused and unsure of what to do. Sure, he had a million spells and skills to use and other ways to try and win, but he was running out of mana, and fast. He couldn't even use the slash he did a second time. That slash had the power to destroy a small world, and the reason it didn't spread too far today was because the domain hindered it. He simply lacked the mana to repeatedly do it. There was also another issue at hand, and that was the fact that White Fang had mostly been on the defensive and was yet to attack seriously. What would happen if he did? Silver was now realizing why they were the top of the world and why they were the powerhouses. Just simply growing in strength didn't assure you a victory over someone like a hero or Demon King. White Fang finally decided to take this seriously. He took out a sword, and the sword immediately started shining brightly. The true form of a blessing is what I could show you. But when a hero uses his full blessing, it's a declaration of war. It's a rule that was set in place to ensure that no one ever uses their full blessing or curses. These are powers that carve reality and change this world. But it doesn't mean I can't show you something similar. So here and now, I'll attack you, and if you survive, then I'll let you live. That's quite enough, don't you think? White? A voice suddenly sounded and stopped White Fang. He looked up and saw Elaine coming toward them. Elaine, what brings you here? White Fang asked. When Silver heard her name, he turned around and saw Elaine coming toward them. Well, when a hero uses his blessing, even if it's a false blessing like you did, all heroes and Demon Kings feel it because of the pact. And so I felt it. I could also tell that the location was close to Silver's home. I put 2 and 2 together and came rushing here. Luckily, I made it in time. I thought we had all discussed that we would not interfere with this matter for now. Or are you here on a solo endeavor? She asked. Well, I came here because Silver bears a striking resemblance to me and someone dear to me. I want to know how and why. But then, I was surprised by the amount of skill and abilities he suddenly showed. He even managed to grievously wound me, and that amazed me. So I wanted to test how far he could go, but you came along now and spoiled that fun, White Fang said. You both have already done enough damage. Take a look at the forest that once stood here. You leveled it, Elaine said. That was all Silver's doing. Amazing, right? White Fang said. Silver watched them talk, and he was a bit confused. Shouldn't they be on more enemy-like terms? Aren't you guys enemies? Silver asked. Well, you can call us enemies, but that doesn't mean we don't relate. We keep the balance, and that means fighting ourselves at times. But still, on that note, we have peaceful and normal conversations, even hang out together at times. White Fang actually got his nickname from me when he came to me to learn the Finra way of fighting, Elaine explained. Silver was stunned by this information, but it was only for a second. There's a lot I don't understand about this whole thing, but I'm tired right now. I've never been pushed to the brink as much as today, Silver said, and then sat on the ground. After White Fang used mana to clean up, he got into new clothes and walked to Elaine and Silver. Drake, Like, and Ares kept their distance. They had faced too much stress today, and since they had ascertained that Silver was in no trouble, they didn't want to come close to White Fang. You said I reminded you of someone? Silver asked. Indeed, my sister. Her name is Azrael. It's possible that she changed her name, but you bear a striking resemblance to her. I believe there's someone like that. She is my mother, but she had always had a family. She even told me about her last family. There's no way that the person you are talking about is my mother, Silver said. I see. So she didn't pass it on to you, I'm guessing. You see, there's a lot that you need to know about even humanity, and I think we need to see your mother before I get into them, White Fang said. Immediately, Silver became eager to hear what this was. He got up and immediately led the way to the city. When they arrived, He made his way to the castle while asking Lily to get his mother. He wanted to know the truth of what happened now. Silver got a seat in the lounge with Elaine, White Fang, and Aries. They waited for a few minutes, and finally, his mother walked in with Aries. But immediately she saw White Fang seated, she turned to face the door, but Lily shut the door with immediate speed. "It seems I brought that side out of you just by you seeing me, Azrael," White Fang said with a smile. "What are you doing here?" Silver's mother asked in anger. A side of her that Silver had never seen came out. "Silver, do you really know your mother and what she is?" White Fang turned to Silver and asked. "Stop it. Don't do it, Marshall. You can't reveal the secrets you swore the oaths as a child," she yelled at him. "Don't use my real name like that, sister. You also forgot something. Silver is a Demon King candidate, and that means in time he will know the truth, and he will also come to know about you. So why not today? After all, I'm reuniting with you after over 30 or so years. I'm sure both of you are happy to see me." "Keep her out of this." "She didn't have anything to do with this, Marshall," Azrael said in anger. "Well, yeah, because you have been in control of her since birth, leading her to believe whatever you want, crafting her into any shape at any time. She has never had a real say, just living based on your whims, Azrael. She has a son now, but she doesn't even know her real origins because you manipulate her. I've been searching for you to stop you before you did anything, but who would have known that you picked here of all places to do it?" White Fang said. I feel like I am not in the loop here, and trust me, I have a very powerful mind, so please fill me in," Silver said, looking at his mother and White Fang. "Silver, my son, there's nothing for you to worry about. It's all fine. There's no need to listen to whatever he has to say," Azrael spoke. Her voice seemed to have some sort of twisting effect that forced Silver to believe whatever she was saying. But Silver had 11 minds. They easily overcame whatever was happening, and he was back to normal. "You tried to do something to me just now." "You are not my mother." "Who the hell are you?" Silver asked. What she used on you now was her ability, reality manipulation. "But before I get to that, you all should listen to this tale," White Fang said. He glanced at his sister as she shook her head, telling him not to. But White Fang smiled and continued. "In the beginning of humanity, the Celestials decided that they would create the first humans to the best of their abilities, putting everything they had into them. Those humans were the ideal idea of humans. They were filled with special powers that could cause a lot of destruction. In short, these humans were special. They were one of a kind, but they were the only ones ever created. The Celestials didn't make more of them. They wanted to, but they couldn't. Because at that time, the greatest war had broken out, and so the Celestials had to mass-produce humans, and they did that. They did their best to make them as good as possible to fight the war, and after that, the Celestials were sealed, and so no more humans were made. Only reproduction made more. But now, that brings us to the current question, what happened to those first humans? Well, they became the original families, the first of humanity. Their powers were believed to be the only thing relatively close to that of heroes, and they basically ruled humanity publicly. But soon, normal humans didn't want this. They felt the original families were way too powerful, and so they started fighting against them. The original families were winning this war and killing the normal humans, a testament to how strong they were. After some years of fighting, the original families decided that they didn't want to wipe out humans. So the best solution for them was to vanish, disappear from the public eye, and so they did, going on to control humanity from the shadows and places that no one knew. There were 10 original families, and every generation that comes, 2 or 3 heroes must come from the original families. The original families still control everything but hidden. The royal family of the empire is from an original family. The Pope must swear an oath to one of the original families. Their control is what keeps humanity floating, aside from the heroes, that is, White Fang explained, leaving more questions in Silver's mind. So what you are telling me is that hidden away from the eyes of the public are humans capable of crazy feats. Why didn't Drake or Ari know about this? Silver asked, looking at them. Well, you can't blame them because they don't know. This information is only open to a select few. If the vampire had stayed with his people and become one of the rulers, he would have most definitely found out, White Fang explained. I see. So tell me how this has anything to do with you, my mother, or whoever this Azrael person is, Silver said. Well, to explain, I'll have to tell you about my family, which, by the looks of things, is your family as well. Our family was known pretty much for their looks. As you can tell, of all the 10 families, we could be said to be the ones that the Celestials focused on more in the area of beauty. But that's not all we are, as we are known as the 3rd strongest original family. You see, the healing factor you saw me use is not something I gained as a hero. No, it's my ability for being part of the original family. It's called infinite regeneration, where as long as my heart exists somewhere in this world, I'll never die. It's a crazy ability. But all you have to do is eradicate my heart, and I'll die. But you can't do that because when I was only 10, my father ripped my heart out of me. He stored it in an impenetrable safe and then took it on a 3-month-long journey to hide it where no one can remember, even me. He had his memory of the location wiped from his head, and now, no one knows where the heart lies. So that makes me basically immortal. White Fang explained. That ability is too much. You can't just be unkillable like that, Silver said. But I am. The abilities you get as part of the original family are beyond what you can understand normally. Now back to what I was saying. That's why I have that healing factor. But you see, I wasn't just born with one ability, I was born with 2, because of my twin sister, Azrael. You see, my sister was not normal. Even when compared to us, she was beyond us by far. My parents knew this because our mother was carrying triplets, but Azrael one day consumed our sister in the womb. She allowed our sister to become a part of her so that she would be able to manipulate and use her whenever she wanted to hide from the world. Azrael was extremely powerful, even from birth. Her ability, reality manipulation, could change reality to her whims. She could do whatever she wanted, create whatever she wanted. And as long as she was still alive, that thing would exist. Compared to my ability to heal, hers was something else. She was leagues ahead. Now, this is where my second ability comes in. For some reason, I could intentionally negate her ability to a certain extent, at least to create a loophole or small gate that people could use to escape her new reality she made. And because of that, Azrael hated me. Because my father had me move with her at all times to ensure that she didn't do anything crazy. I was her failsafe. She could never really do what she wanted with me around, and she could not kill me because, well, I heal up. White Fang paused a bit and then looked at his sister. I'm about to get into the interesting part. Why don't you take a seat? He asked. I'm fine. Your presence here is already irking me to no end, she said. Well, fine, he replied and faced Silver. So, you remember that sibling who was consumed in the womb? Well, Azrael turned her consciousness into a puppet. Whenever she wanted to lead a happy and new life somewhere, she would create a reality, changing the history of the place like making it seem she was their mother since birth. She would completely alter that reality, fit herself into it, and then she would wipe the memory of our twin in her and place her in that place, filling her with the memories she wanted. So our twin believes that she is actually from that place and that all her memories are true. My sister has done this twisted thing many times, but they only lasted weeks to months because I would find her easily. But then I became a hero candidate and became a hero, and something took me away for a year. Just a year was what it took. When I came back, my sister had vanished. She used that year to craft the reality she wanted. She made sure she covered every nook and cranny. It was not something I could track anymore. She reworked her history and the history of humans to fit her new persona. That's just how powerful and terrifying her ability is. I searched for years and couldn't find anything. She had totally vanished, and this time, she did it well. I had even begun to lose hope of finding her because the more time passed, the more she solidified her new reality that she had created. But then I found you, Silver. The hair, the look, the eyes. But you were a Demon King candidate, not human. How could that even make sense? But I looked into it more and realized that you were born human and somehow shifted into being a dragon. After that, I believed there was a possibility that you had something to do with her. Never would I have expected that she changed the reality of a full kingdom and placed herself in it. She basically modeled what this kingdom had become by her lonesome, while forcing our twin in her to believe this was her reality. Out of all the crazy things you have done, sis, this one takes the crown, White Fang said. The room became deathly quiet after White Fang finished talking because everyone finally understood. They were all intelligent, so if they didn't get what White Fang was saying at this point, it would be stupid. Silver didn't really know how to take this because, for the first time since he got here, this was the biggest and the most astounding secret he had found out. He looked at his mother with cold eyes and a squint. You mean to tell me that the person that decided to save me as a kid, the person that I came back for, the one that birthed me and made me the man I am today, you mean to tell me that she is just a puppet in your sadistic game? The woman that gave birth to 3 kids, cried when one was killed, the one that loved me so much it caused her to hate her husband. The tears she cried, the moments she sunk into her lows, to all those moments. You mean to tell me that she wasn't real? Silver snapped. He punched the table with so much force it shattered. You think it's so fun to use people as toys, Azrael? You lied to me, and frankly, that's not the issue because I just realized something. You were in control of this kingdom behind the scenes. So you knew all my plans. You knew I killed your husband and son. You knew everything because this was your fucking reality. You have no emotions for anyone, no feelings. Oh, it's a game to you. I thought I was cold, I thought I was evil, I thought I was a demon. I have done so much pointless evil that it's crazy how people are still around me. But you are a whole lot different. You are not evil. You are not Bada, just Sada, a sadistic person. You create life and then still take it. You watched the people you made die, your children and your husband. So I want to know, Azrael, what is your goal? What's the thing that has driven you so much to this level? Azrael looked at Silver. She understood that Silver was not playing with her. Her ability was reality manipulation. She was not physically strong. But now White Fang was here. He would be able to create a gap in her manipulation and allow Silver out. Satisfaction, that's all I want, Azrael said in a cold tone and started walking towards Silver. I want to create a place where I'm truly happy. You see, you only heard about the summary of my life, but you don't understand what it takes to be a member of an original family. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. It's hardly ever pleasing. It's more like a torture house than anything else, where every day you are faced with new challenges that either break your mind or severely damage you, all in an effort to keep the original family on top. Since I was born, I became one of the family's greatest weapons, capable of creating realities whenever I wanted. My ability was so refined that it could tamper with the memories and minds of those caught in it. My father immediately saw this as an opportunity to make a soldier, one that would do whatever he wanted. With my ability, there was no limiting the possibilities of things he could do. And to better that, Marshall had the ability to become my failsafe. At first, I had no issues with my twin brother, but I grew to hate him, and that was because every day, after all the tortures and pains we would go through, he would still be on father's side, saying our father knew best. He was like a puppet doing whatever our father wanted. We grew apart, and the hatred increased. The final stretch was when my father ripped Marshall's heart out. That night, I could hear the screams of Marshall fill the house. His cries were so loud and painful. But when he came out, and I lashed at my father, Marshall protected him. After that, I realized that the only way to get what you want is by controlling the minds of people, like my father did to Marshall. So I decided to use my power however I wanted, but the more I did, the emptier I became, falling into an emotionless void. So finally, I decided that I'd create a place where my second consciousness would take over and live a full life till we died, and after Marshall left for a year, I started crafting the plan. I took everything into account. I searched for a young, underdeveloped kingdom that would suit my needs. And I found here. Using my ability, I began reshaping the reality of this kingdom, putting my existence into every aspect, creating a place where I existed from childhood. It took me 3 months to finally make something that I could live in, and then I used the remainder of the years to perfect it as best as I could. Then, my new persona, with her changed memories and all that, started living her life here and even fell in love. That was when I started to lose control over all this. The reality I developed was so advanced that my mind alone could not control it, so it created a kind of consciousness of its own and started moving on its own. I never planned for my persona to have kids, but she did, so I let it continue. But then you were born. From the moment you came out, I knew something was up. None of the kids she gave birth to had any of her hair or eyes, but you had the perfect features of the family. I immediately knew that you were not normal. And so I quickly shifted the reality to make her husband want to kill you, but something out of the ordinary happened. My persona completely went against me because of you. She begged her husband to let you go, and in that period, I lost control over reality, and I couldn't stop you from coming and living. Silver paused when he heard all this. So everything that he went through from the start was because of Azrael. So what would have happened if you had allowed me to stay? What would my father have done? Silver asked. Like any normal parent, he would have at least kept you and watched you grow a bit, not immediately tried to cast you away. Your father's mind was filled with the want for power, so my ability worked without any issues, and he tried to get rid of you for good. With a reality so massive, I can't control everything any longer, so I manipulate the desires of the people based on some of their wants, Azrael responded. White Fang, Elaine, and Azrael could not notice it, but Drake, Lily, and Eric could tell just by looking at Silver that his rage was reaching an all-time high, and he was doing his best to suppress it all. Since you tried to kill me back then, I'm sure you tried to find a way other times, so tell me, Silver said. I did try other ways, not as many as you think, though. Most of them failed because I didn't know you would grow so fast. The second one I used against you was the jealous brother, Mike. Immediately she called Mike. Silver balled his hand into a fist. His eyes became sharp as he listened. Your brother had a little bit of jealousy, and because he was a child, it was easy for me to manipulate him, and that created the hatred he had for you. It amplified it more and more as the days went by, and your brother started to attempt killing you. But sadly, your power grew way too fast, and before I could really do anything, you had reached a level that no one in this kingdom could stop you. So I gave up and watched, hoping that you would not shatter my plans. But you did. You destroyed the kingdom and the anchor point, the king, taking the control from me. You rebuilt it, and with all the powerful people you had around, there was no way I would be able to easily start the process again. So I let it be, in the hopes that no one would still find me. But your looks gave it away, and now we are here, all fingers on the table, Azrael said. After she finished, Silver took a long deep breath. He looked at her face, trying to find his mother, but she wasn't there. Just this, Azrael. Tell me this. Why didn't you change your looks? Your ability to change reality should have allowed you to do it, right? Silver asked. No, it does not work like that on me. I could change people's memories to believe I looked different, but I'd have to do that every time, and that's crazy. But to change my look, I can't. I can only change the reality around me, and not directly on me. That is the only drawback of my ability, she explained. I see, so all these things I did, some of the people I killed, they all could be avoided had you not messed things up. But I'll point no fingers. I'll not say anything about them because I am in no position to. I'm a killer and a manipulator as well, and the things that I have done, I have no more right to ever claim right. But I want to ask this for some people. What do you do about Sage now? What do you do about my mother now? The one you have trapped inside of you. Do you expect me to walk every day knowing that you're lying to both of them? What about Sage? Should I just refuse to keep her in the loop? I believe she should know. White Fang spoke up and drew Silver's attention. Even if this sister you speak about does not look like your mother due to your father and mother's interference, there is still something Azrael can't change. And that's the fact that your sister has hidden deep within her an original family ability, and so do you. But these abilities don't just show, especially when you were not born in the right environment. But if both of you should return to the family, they should be able to bring out those abilities, White Fang said. I don't think that's possible. You are forgetting that I am now a Demon King candidate, and my sister looks nothing like the family. Why would they let us come in and then allow us to harness their power and use it? Silver asked. Oh, because the original families don't have a hand in all these issues of war now. They just want to grow their strength, and you would be happily accepted because it opens up new perspectives to them. As for your sister, it's just a matter of looks. They won't turn her away because of looks, you know for a fact, White Fang said. But Silver was very sensitive, and he noticed that White Fang had a very slight increase in heart rate. Normally, this would be overlooked because it was stupid to assume he was lying because of a very slight increase. But White Fang was a hero and one of the highest levels in the world. He had absolute control over his body, even his heart, so his heartbeat should not spike up easily. Silver took this as a sign that he was lying and had other plans, but Silver decided to play along for now. After all, meeting the family would open up his chances to get very quality information and know more about the workings of this world. He might even get some insight into the demon blood issue. Alright, I believe you. But we have to find a way to tell Sage everything. She will be devastated for sure after it, Silver said. He turned to look at Azrael. You also have to tell my mother inside you the whole truth, and I mean everything, Silver said, doing his best to hold in his anger. Silver called in Sage and then had everyone, including himself, leave the room, leaving only Sage and Azrael. Should we not be there to help her? She has lost her father and brother, and now she might actually lose her mother, Araz said. I know, and that's why she has to face it herself, take out all her emotions now, and do what she needs to. If she decides to cry her heart out, then that's good. If she decides to punch Azrael, then fine. But the only way she'll be able to accept this completely is by herself, or so I believe, Silver said and walked away. He walked alone down the hallways, his mind lost in thought. He wondered how his life here would have been if Azrael had never been involved in all this. The change that occurred, could it have been stopped if Azrael never did anything? The more I seek out freedom, the more I realize that I'm just a puppet to someone's game or whims, Silver said to himself. He headed to the throne room and sat down, waiting for the results of Sage's discussion with her mother. After more than 30 minutes of waiting, the doors of the throne room opened, and Sage walked in. She looked absolutely normal, but Silver could feel her distress. So he came down from his throne and walked toward her. When he got to her, she immediately hugged him tightly and broke into tears. Silver held her tightly as she bawled her eyes out, and for the first time in a long while, he felt an emotion he hadn't felt in a while. It was not anger and rage like before, no, this time it was sadness. His heart bled as he saw his sister crying, and knowing that there were some truths she was yet to learn made him feel worse. My whole life has been a lie, Sage said while sobbing. Not your whole life. Your father was real, and so was your brother, and so am I. Everything that you and I have been through, it's been real without a doubt. Even your mother, the one you grew up with, was real, and she loved you. Azrael can try, but she can't take away what you have experienced. Silver comforted her and held her tightly. They stayed that way for minutes until she finally stopped crying. Later that day, Silver had a meeting with his innermost circle. The guardians are his brothers, Sage, Leah, Roxy, Aries, and Aaron. When everyone was in the room, he used several preset formations to ensure that no one, not even a hero or demon king, could hear anything. After all, Elaine and White Fang were here, and he didn't want them knowing anything that he was planning. Thank you all for being here today. It's been a really hectic day for me with all sorts of troubles coming up left and right. Today, we discovered that humans are not as they seem. There exist 10 powerful families, made up of the first humans the Celestials created before the war. And these versions are far more powerful, with abilities that would astound you. As it seems, Sage and I come from one of these families. Our mother was not what she seemed. This is not something that I would normally tell you. I would have kept it all a secret, but I need backup for when Sage and I go there. I know for a fact that they have something planned, and I need all your help. Right now, there is a chance that, even though I have ensured this room is sealed off, someone might still be listening in. So the details of what I'll have each of you do will not be mentioned here. They will be delivered to you separately and cautiously. I want to find out what this original family stuff is about. Every one of their secrets, I want it. And, like I said before, I need all your help for this. Silver finished talking, and nobody had anything to say against what he said. Now, on to a far more better and interesting topic: Quinn's wedding. We have spent a whole lot of time doing other things, and I have set his marriage on hold. Now, before I end up killing myself on one of my crazy adventures, I'd like to make sure I have a nephew or niece. So, Quinn, what do you think? Silver asked with a genuine smile. Bro, you don't just spring things like this on me. I have to get you the money needed, all the arrangements, and everything else, Quinn said. Quinn, everything will be handled by the kingdom. Lily will take care of the planning and everything that will be needed. You just have to say a word, and whatever you want will come. No holding back at all. You have been there for me regardless of what I've done so far. So take this as my way of saying thank you. Tell the wife that you are getting married, Silver said. The whole room burst into happy noise with everyone congratulating Quinn. When the noise finally died down, Quinn saw an opportunity to get back at Silver, so he took it. Since we are on the topic of marriage, Silver, when will you get someone you'll marry? After all, you are an adult now, Quinn said, flashing Silver a sly smile. The whole place burst into chaos again, with everyone asking Silver when he would get married. The ladies were all looking at him to see what he'd say. Not happening, at least not for the time being. I'm too young, and as a dragon, I'll probably live for thousands of years. I have enough time to think this through, Silver said. He got up and left the room, leaving everyone stunned. Did he just say that he wouldn't marry anytime soon? He used the dragon's age to say it would take a lot of time. The wedding preparations were underway, and Silver immediately became busy. He woke up the next morning after a night's rest, and right outside his door, Lily was waiting for him. He opened the door, saw her, and gave out a tired sigh. Is it time to start already? He asked. Yes, you are the one that wanted to have a wedding for your brother, so you'll have to get everything done to the best level possible, Lily said. Fine, give me 5 minutes to get ready, Silver said, and returned to the room. He changed out of his current clothes into something simple. A black shirt and black pants. He put on his shoes and then used his mana to cleanse his body entirely. This should work for now, he said, and walked out of the room. Lily was still outside waiting for him. She handed him a piece of paper. That list has everything you'll be needing today and every place you'll be going to. It's not hard to find what we need since every business is handled by the crown. But you have been busy, and so you don't know about all the new businesses and new locations that we have set up. Our first order of the day in respect to the wedding is the flowers. We will need a huge amount of them for the decorations. There's a list of flowers needed, all in accordance with the bride's taste, to about a total of 8 variations of flowers. I spent some time working on how to make all of them work together beautifully, and though I have the mental image, I need to see what we are working with. That's why we are headed there now, Lily explained carefully. I see. So we have to pay a visit to the florist, I'm guessing. But I don't think one florist would have the amount we need for it. I'm guessing it's a really huge amount, Silver said as he looked at the paper. Yes, and that's why we sent messages to them to meet at the city hall. You'll be having some other meetings later in the day as well. We will meet with the main florist in the city and discuss with them to see how we can get that amount of flowers so fresh and of the best quality, Lily explained. I see. But can't I delegate someone to go on my behalf? I don't really feel like talking to them, Silver said. You have to. Even if this kingdom works based on the rules of the crown, asking a group of florists to gather that huge amount of flowers on short notice is a big ask. So your presence there is needed, because then they'll have to do it as a favor for the king since he came in person to ask them. Though we could easily just command them to do it, be a dictator, and get what you want. But we both know that's not the type of ruling you want to. It leads to troubles that are distracting, Lily said. Fine, I'll go and see them, Silver said. They made it out of the castle, and a carriage was already waiting for them. The coachman came down quickly and opened the door of the carriage for both of them while bowing his head. Silver got into the carriage and sat down, while Lily sat opposite him. He noticed something as the coachman closed the door and started their journey. You geese didn't set up any security detail today. That's weird, he said. He had become so used to them always wanting to keep him safe regardless of what he wanted. Yes and no at the same time. We have shadows placed around all your routes today, watching and guarding from the shadows. We would like to keep the public's mind at ease as you go about, but we can't leave you without security, especially now that we have a hero and a demon king in the castle. No one knows what stunts they might try to pull off, so we have to be careful. I am your first guard. The shadows are under my orders right now, Lily explained. I see. I guess you guys would never forget something as important as security, Silver said with a slightly pained smile. Lily saw the smile and spoke. We understand your want to go without all this and the fact that you are immensely stronger than your security. But you can never be too careful. Having extra people secure you is important. If anything happens to you, everything that's here would be brought to ruins. It's sad to say, but you are the only pillar that holds this whole thing together, Lily said. Sigh. I understand, Silver said. The carriage passed through the streets. People parted for it to pass while waving and chanting to Silver. These things were what made kings do what they did. It was this that made kings happier, being praised and loved by their people. But for Silver, it did nothing. His mind was hardly at ease, and every day he found new things that made it worse for him, more things to think about every single day. He was sure that if it were not for the fact that he had a very powerful mind and an even stronger one, he would have definitely died from overthinking. After a 10-minute ride in the carriage, they finally arrived at the city hall. The coachman opened the door for both of them. Silver and Lily stepped out and were immediately ushered in by a young tiger beast lady. She had a bright smile and glowing eyes that would make even the grumpiest person loosen up. Right this way, Your Majesty. All the florists are seated and waiting for you, she said and led the way into the hall. She led them through the hallways, and they finally got to the main hall door. She bowed her head and then walked away. Silver pushed the door open and walked in. Immediately, the people seated inside got up and bowed to him. There were about 20 people here, men and women of all different races. A chair was set up for Silver, facing the people that were there. He walked in and took a seat, Lily standing behind him, a little bit to the side. When he was fully settled, he signaled them to all sit down with his hand. They sat down, their eyes all pinned on Silver. Silver leaned forward, clasped his fists together, and rested his head on them. Thank you all for being here today. I understand you have busy schedules, especially in your line of work. You have to tend to flowers, and they could die if you are not there. So I'll get right to the point and try to get this over with as fast as possible. We need a certain amount of flowers, so a lot of them, and we will be needing them in a few days. The exact date will be communicated to all of you. I know it's going to be a very large order, but I'm hoping you can fulfill this. You'll all be compensated properly for your help in this, Silver said. After he finished speaking, no one else spoke, so Lily stepped in. If you will not be able to participate in getting the flowers, inform us now, and we will exempt you from it, Lily said, but no one responded. Then this will go faster than expected. Thank you all for your time. His Majesty will have to leave now. The rest of the details will be given to you at a later date, Lily said. Silver got up, and all the florists as well. They bowed to him. When Silver left the hall, he let out an exhausted sigh. Lily placed her hand on his shoulder. Your day has only begun, and this is just the first part of your day. Before we head back to the marriage preparations, we will have to go and meet Drake at the barracks. The soldiers have had some days to get accustomed to the guns they were given, and so they want to show you how far they have come, Lily explained. I guess this is fine. At least this one has more action than this meeting, Silver said and headed for the carriage. The coachman immediately opened the door and let Silver in. Lily sighed. Silver was addicted to anything that had combat in it. She walked into the carriage and sat down. The coachman immediately began their journey, heading for the outside of the city to the location of the main barracks. The journey was going to be much longer, and so the coachman had to ride even faster to make it in good time. Why the hell are we even using a carriage? I could get there in an instant, Silver said. Exactly. I don't want you flying there like some ruffian. You are a king, and this is a kingly visit, so you'll have to act the part, Lily said. The carriage made it to the barracks. Immediately Silver and Lily stepped down. A knight greeted them. Your Majesty, Lady Lily, Sir Drake is at the training yard. Please follow me this way." He led them into the barracks and right to the yard where the gun practice was happening. When Silver arrived, everyone stopped whatever they were doing. Drake came to meet him. "Master, it's nice to see you," Drake said. "Same." "Now tell me about what they want to show me," Silver said. "Well, they want to showcase how competent they have become with their guns," Drake said. "And how will they do that?" Silver asked. "By shooting at targets," Drake replied. "That's boring." "I'm changing it up," Silver said. "Silver, you are a king here. Don't do anything careless," Lily quickly warned him. "Don't worry so much, Lily. I'm pretty sure they'll respect me even more after what I'm about to do," Silver said and gave an assuring smile. He walked into the midst of the training yard and spoke. "All right, I heard you all have been practicing for a while now. Well, I'll give you all an opportunity to take me down. But you aren't limited to your guns alone. You can also use abilities unique to your race or yourself. Your only aim is to hit me. And since I gave you the freedom to hit me, then I'll have to match that as well and not hold back at all. So I'll be fighting back seriously. Whoever manages to hit me will serve by my side, and I'll personally train that person to the best of my abilities. And now, if there are no questions, come at me with all you have," Silver said and spread his arms wide for them to attack. Lily let out a frustrated sigh when she saw this. She knew that Silver was just looking for a way to have fun right now. But what he was doing still met the goal of why they were here, and that was to test the guns. The knights leapt on the opportunity immediately Silver offered it. They began firing their guns without holding back. The bullets traveled at a crazy speed towards Silver, but at the last moment, he vanished. A loud sonic boom resounded in the air, and when they all looked up, they saw him coming from above. He punched the ground and caused a massive explosion that threw the knights in all directions. Silver looked up with a smile. He pushed himself off the ground, his speed blasting a crater into the ground. He headed for one of the knights. The knight was scared at first, but then he got a grip on himself, quickly pointed his gun, and fired. But Silver maneuvered midair and dodged the bullet. He planted his feet into the ground, leapt forward again, and grabbed the knight before chucking him at other knights. The knight crashed into about 4 others and took them down. The knights realized that Silver meant it when he said he would not be holding back. The leader of the knights decided to try and salvage their situation before it became worse. "Everyone, don't get in close. Keep your distance and fire at him. Make sure you aim at him," he yelled loudly, trying to boost their morale and get them to actually hit Silver. But while he was talking, Silver had vanished. They began looking around but couldn't find him, and then, all of a sudden, tendrils shot out of the ground, attacking everyone. They immediately began firing at the tendrils, trying not to get caught by them, and this made them forget about Silver. Silver used the distraction and began taking the guards down. He only used his normal speed, but to them, he was a blur. He appeared out of nowhere and disappeared into nothing. Silver charged at a knight. The knight spotted Silver too late and tried to shoot him down, but a tendril blocked the line of fire, and Silver got behind the knight, sending a powerful kick to the spine. The knight arched forward in pain, but Silver was not done. He grabbed hold of the knight and flung him into another knight so hard that the impact sent both of them flying. Silver turned around and saw a gun pointed at him. The bullet was fired at close range. His normal speed would be slightly lower, and he would not be able to dodge the bullet. So he had to use flash step, increasing his base speed and dodging the bullet before charging at the knight and slamming into his chest with enough force to break a rib. The knight was sent flying and rolling on the ground before coming to a stop. Silver picked up the gun the knight had left and pointed it at a group of knights headed for him with a smile on his face. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets fired right into their arms, but it only left torn armor and red skin. Huh? These aren't real bullets? Well, I guess I can't really expect them to use real bullets for practice, but it doesn't make this any less painful, he said and then pointed at another knight. Bang! He fired and then chucked the sword at the knight's head as well, knocking the knight out. Silver took out a plain sword from his ring. The sword was then engulfed in abyssal flames. The flames were too hot for the sword, and the sword started melting. When it was almost liquid, Silver swung it around, and the liquid metal, covered in abyssal flames, shot in all directions. Whoever it touched, regardless of their strength, was put into agonizing pain. But he wasn't done yet. Some of the knights still had their guns pointed at him, and they started firing at him non-stop, trying to hit him. Silver ran, going faster than they could follow, so they couldn't hit him. When he saw an opening, he leapt into the air, took out a sword, and slashed it. A mana-created sword arc shot out and tore through the air. The knights couldn't see the sword arc, but they could sense it. They leapt in all directions. The sword arc hit the ground and caused an explosion, which left a very deep sword mark in the ground. The knights stared at it in shock, seeing that this was what would have cut into them had they not moved fast enough. Silver landed on the ground and still held the sword, ready to make another move. His feet dug into the ground, and he dashed off again. "He is having too much fun," Drake said. "Yes, and that's eating into the time we are to use for other things. He is trying to escape the work he has to do today," Lily said. "Why does he have so many tasks all of a sudden?" Drake asked. "He has always had lots of tasks. I just delegate them, but every once in a while, I'll grab him and make him carry out the essential ones I couldn't give to others," Lily said. "Makes sense. So what are you going to do now?" "We can't let him keep bashing the knights. I don't think they want to fight anymore," Drake said. "Sigh, I'll stop this," Lily replied and walked towards Silver. Silver noticed her and tried to make a run for it, but she was ready. Vines shot out of the ground and latched onto him, pulling him down. "You know I can get out of this, right?" Silver said. "I dare you to, and for the next few weeks, you'll have to deal with all your work by yourself," she threatened, and immediately she said that, Silver kept quiet. "Good. Now, you've done enough damage, and you still have a chunk of things to do. Just give Drake the report on what you have observed from the guns and allow him to take it from there." "Fine." "Well, the guns are pretty good, seeing as they are really tuned-down versions of what we made. On a normal scale, the way they use the guns is really good. Their aims were perfect, and their coordination was top-notch, not to mention the fact that they were able to stay calm under pressure. Normally, facing me leads to panic and rushed decisions, but they were able to make the right ones. The only thing is their levels are low, and their battle experience is low. All that would be fixed in the future as they engage in more combat. So from me, they get a passing mark." "All of them did well," Silver finished. "When you get into this mode, you sound more like a king," Lily pointed out. "Huh? I was just analyzing the fight." "You should know I don't joke when it comes to combat." "That's the one thing I really do enjoy," Silver said and left them. Lily nodded at Drake and then followed Silver as well. Silver and Lily left the barracks and got into the carriage again. The coachmen began their journey. "Where are we headed to now?" "I'm really bored, to be honest," Silver said. "Well, it's for your brother's wedding." Gabriel decided that he will be helping cook for the wedding, and so he took all the master chefs he could find under his wing yesterday. "They have made quite a good number of recipes in preparation for the wedding, so now we would have you taste them all and give your review on them," Lily said. "Food. That's nice. I need things like this to take my mind off the issues that are all around." "But then there's Gabriel. We are yet to save Rose. I know you are trying your best to get a cure for her, but I promised him, and I'm yet to deliver." "I could have helped you, but other things drew my attention," Silver said. "You should take it easy on yourself, Silver. You are already doing your best, and everyone sees that." "Now shut up and let's go eat some food," Lily said. Silver wanted to say something else, but then her stern look made Silver keep quiet. They headed back into the capital and then back to the castle, where all the chefs were in the castle kitchen preparing the meals. Silver arrived and walked into the kitchen, pushing the doors wide open. "All right, let's start feeding me," he said. Lily grabbed him by the ear and pulled it. "For today, act like a king," she said. "Fine, but I still want to eat, so let's get that started," Silver said. "I'm happy that you are enthusiastic to taste the food, King Silver," Gabriel said as he approached Silver with a small plate containing some sort of grilled meat, well seasoned and smelling crazy good. How about we start with this? Gabriel said as he stretched out the plate to Silver. Silver unhesitatingly took the fork on the plate and stabbed into the meat. He ate it in one full bite. The meat melted as soon as it touched his tongue. The flavors exploded in his mouth. It was like fireworks of spicy and sweet. Damn, Gabriel, what the hell is this? If you served this at the wedding, you would have everyone fighting for a taste, Silver said. You overestimate my ability, Gabriel said. Nah, I know what I'm saying. Now, please, are there any more things here that taste as good as this? I need them, Silver said. Right this way. Gabriel led him to take a seat, and then the plates started coming in. He was met with all sorts of dishes. It ranged from the meaty food, which Silver loved without a doubt, to the vegetable-based foods that he didn't really like, but they still tasted okay. After ensuring that he had a taste of everything, he was finally satisfied. If I were a low-level person, all this food would have definitely caused me to have stomach issues, Silver said as he got up. So, what did you think about the food? Gabriel asked. Honestly, it's amazing. I don't really have much to add to this. If you can keep the quality of the food you have shown me here today, then you have outdone yourself. But there's something I didn't see here, and I would love for you to add, Silver said. What could that be? Gabriel asked. The first time you spoke to me, Sparks Blade. In the restaurant, when I was eating that slime recipe of yours. I'd love it if we could have that as well. After all, it's the thing that set the stage for us meeting now, Silver said and started leaving the kitchen with Lily. As soon as they left, Silver's face changed to one of sadness because he knew that Lily was about to tell him about his next task for the day, and he didn't want that. You can frown all you want, but we need to get this over with as fast as possible. Luckily, you have been keeping amazing time. If we keep that up, we will be done with everything that we have to do today, Lily said. A small man in noble clothes sat in the corner of a bar, flipping a coin in his hands repeatedly while tapping his feet on the ground. He had an impatient look on his face, as if he was waiting for someone who should have been here already. You need to stop that, a deep voice spoke to the small man. The man looked up and saw a massive man in full black leather armor, with a massive sword on his back. You took your sweet time to get here, Raiden, the small man said. I was caught up on a mission. So let's skip all the little talk and get into business. What did you call me for? Raiden said. It's Sparks Blade. He has gone mute for weeks now, no response of any sort, but according to the sliver of his life that he gave to us, he is still alive. I want to know what he is up to. Has he betrayed us, or has he been captured by someone? Take a full squad or two with you. If Spark Blade has turned against us, then kill him and those around him. But if he has been captured, release him and return him. Spark Blade is a walking information treasure trove, filled with information about the Empire and lots more, not to talk about the fact that he is a very good agent for the Empire. Do you understand all that I have said? The small man asked. I understand. Terminate or rescue Spark Blade, Raiden said and got up. He walked out of the bar, and immediately after he closed the door, his demeanor changed to a dark one. Finally, my chance to kill that bastard. Just wait for me, Spark. I'll have your head as a reward for all these years that I have put up with you, Raiden said and walked away. So what's our next order of business? Silver asked as he walked through the castle hallways with Lily. Well, we will head to your office and start making a list, Lily said. A list? What list? Silver asked. Well, the wedding is going to be held in the castle. The main joining of the couples will be held in the castle before they step out for the kingdom to see them all. After that, the court will have to return inside the castle where the ball to celebrate the wedding will be held, and those that will be at this ball are the people we choose here today. So we have to get to that right now, make a full list, and then send it to those people. If it was in the past, the nobles would be the ones invited. But the kingdom currently lacks nobles, so we have to find other criteria to choose the guests, Lily explained. I see, Silver said and opened the doors to his office. He took his seat, and Lily sat down as well. All right, what criteria do we have aside from status? Should we give people that lead certain organizations? Silver asked. Every working establishment must have a leader, and those leaders were selected carefully for every establishment. The leaders of the major organizations of the kingdom would make the perfect guests to start off with, Lily said. Good, then we can make a list of them all and create invites for them. Now to the next set. I was thinking every former noble that remained here. They are not many in number, but there are still quite a few. It's to serve as a sign of respect to them, Silver said. I see, that works too. But after them, there aren't really people to invite anymore, Lily said. No, there are. This is where friends and close relationships come in. For instance, Quinn had a party that didn't leave the kingdom. They have been here. Now they are in the army, if I recall. Those are the type of people we want as friends at the wedding, Silver said. All right, I'll give the others the chance to invite their friends, maybe one or two, Lily said. Silver didn't say anything for a while, but then, like it dropped from the sky, he remembered something. The elf emperor, I want to invite him. I'm sure all the rulers keep tabs on each other, so if they see that he is here for a wedding, they'll think that we have a close relationship. That would turn the attention of everyone to see the defensive lines of the kingdom, and that would allow holes that we can use to get into the empire easily, Silver said. Master, you should not use your brother's wedding as an opportunity for another stunt or to try and infiltrate the empire, Lily said. I know, Lily, but we should learn to make the best of it now, even if it's a wedding, Silver said. Night came, and most activities had ended for the day. Gabriel decided to step outside into the town to clear his head. He walked through the streets peacefully without any issues until he felt a cold wind blow past him. His senses peaked. He looked around and saw a black envelope on the floor with the emblem of the organization he worked for in the Empire. Immediately he saw the emblem. He felt dread wash over him because he knew what this envelope meant. He picked it up and opened it. An oath is till the end. An oath shall never be broken, that which you swore with your blood, that which you gave your life for. But you, Sparkblade, have broken the oath. You have decided to leave your family and brothers. Because of that, your blood shall paint the roads. Gabriel froze when he read this. It was not a death threat, it was simply his organization telling him he was already dead as far as they were concerned. A black letter meant they had deemed you a betrayer, and they were coming for you and all those close to you. Rose, I can't let them have her. I have to ensure that this is all handled quietly, Gabriel said and walked away quietly, knowing he was being watched. Lily, tell me more about the people that snuck into the kingdom. What are they about? Silver said after stretching his body in the throne. The only people with him now were Drake, Lily, and Elsa, who, as usual, sat on his lap. Well, they tried to sneak in as best as they could, but it was a pathetic attempt. But I did let them in after I found something on them. Their clothes had a certain crest on them, and I've seen that crest with Gabriel, so I'm certain they are here for him. After all, he was like an assassin and agent, and then he suddenly left them. It's only normal they would try to find him, capture him, or kill him. So since this was the case, I watched them come into the city and seek out Gabriel. It was like they had some method to track him. There are a total of 50 that came in, all in hiding, as one delivered a letter to Gabriel. I'm guessing that's part of the protocol of their organization. Well, Gabriel seemed very shaken after reading the letter. It seems he wants to handle this alone, Lily said. Well, he should. I feel the only way for him to get over all this and leave his past is to face it. All we have to do is to support from behind. Make sure that in their fight, no casualties from the citizens happen. Clear the oath for them secretly and direct the fight. Let's see how good Gabriel is, Silver said. All right then, I'll keep an eye on him and watch how the whole thing plays out, Lily said and turned to leave. Lily, one more thing. Let none of the assassins leave alive at all. If they finish their fight with Gabriel and survive, make sure you handle them, Silver said. Gabriel spent the whole day worrying about the letter he had received, so much so that he put off going to the kitchen that day. He left the city and headed into the forest alone. He didn't come back even when it got dark. In the forest, Gabriel put on his former clothes, the clothes of Sparkblade, and when he was finished dressing, he took a deep breath. He sat next to a tree, picked up a stick, and started hitting it against the ground. Its rhythm played slowly in his head as he calmed himself more and more with every second. I know you are already here. I won't be going easily, so come and fight already. I have things to live for now, so I'll give you a hellish time, Gabriel said and pulled out a dagger. He stayed for a while, but no one came out. Oh, come on, you are wasting my time. Come and fight already, or isn't the organization after my head for being a traitor? Come out already. He yelled. Enough with the noise, Blade. You should be happy we have given you some more time to be alive, Raiden said as he stepped out of the darkness. So they sent you, Raiden. How many people did you bring to kill me? Gabriel asked. I brought a full squad of over 50, but I asked them all to ensure no one comes here to disturb us while we have our fight. For many years now, you have stolen the favors that should have been mine, the things that belong to me. Now I get to bash your head in as much as I like. I could not have asked for a happier day than this. I'll make sure I bury my blade into your skull, Raiden said as he pulled out his sword and charged at Gabriel without wasting a second. Gabriel got up on his feet and threw the blade in his hands, and it exploded into a bright flash of lightning. When the lightning died down, Gabriel had vanished. He reappeared behind Raiden, pulling out a dagger. Lightning coated the dagger, and he drove it towards Raiden's back. Raiden spun around and slashed with full force at Gabriel, but all he saw was the blade heading towards him. He twisted his arm to block the blade. The dagger hit the sword, and an explosion followed, throwing Raiden into a tree. Gabriel appeared out of nowhere again with two swords. He charged at Raiden. You still use your bloody tricks to fight, Raiden said, getting up fast and raising his sword to block at the last moment. Raiden let go of his sword with one hand and then grabbed Gabriel. He flung Gabriel into a tree, and the tree broke into two. Gabriel fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Raiden walked to him and locked him up, but then Gabriel stabbed him with a dagger in the shoulder and charged it with lightning. The bolts of electricity shot through Raiden. He was immediately paralyzed and fell to the ground. Gabriel pulled out a sword, wanting to end the whole thing. But Raiden's body erupted in flames, pushing Gabriel back. Raiden got up on his feet, covered in flames. He took up his sword and charged at Gabriel. Fuck this, Gabriel said. He took out 3 blades and threw them, making a triangle-like formation. Lightning shot out of the 3 blades and connected them, creating a net-like lightning setup. Raiden raised his sword and smashed down. His blade cut through the lightning and destroyed the setup, but the setup followed up by exploding right in his face. The lightning ran through his body and electrocuted him again, but not as badly as the first one. Raiden staggered backward. Gabriel followed up with a sword in his hands. He charged like he was going in for a straight attack, waiting for Raiden to react. And Raiden reacted, stopping himself from falling backward and getting ready to block Gabriel. But Gabriel suddenly changed directions, dodging Raiden's sword and creating an opening to attack. He immediately pulled out a dagger and threw it. It lunged into Raiden's guts and then followed up with a massive amount of lightning. Raiden managed to stay standing and also move, but there was a massive wound in his guts, and he was bleeding out. But Raiden didn't seem worried. He took out a potion and drank it all, and a few seconds later, the wounds started closing up, and his flames burned brighter. Since you have decided to make this hard for me, do not blame me for this, Raiden said. He held out his hands, and his flames erupted larger like a tornado. When it died down, he was like a flaming man completely. He charged at Gabriel so fast that Gabriel could barely react. Gabriel pulled out a sword and tried to block, but the impact from Raiden was too much for him to handle, and he was thrown into the trees, smashing through dozens of them before coming to a stop. He got up and tried to move, but Raiden was already coming from above with a punch. Gabriel quickly took out a talisman and activated it, vanishing into lightning. Raiden landed on the ground with a loud bang. He turned around to see where Gabriel was, but he didn't see him. All of a sudden, lightning struck from above. Raiden raised his sword to block the lightning, and as he did, Sparkblade took that as his opportunity. He charged at Raiden, taking out a long chain that had a hooked blade. Gabriel threw the blade, and it dug into Raiden. The hook grabbed onto his rib bone, and then Gabriel sent lightning through it. The massive bolts of lightning traveled through the chain and the blade, electrocuting Raiden until he finally passed out right there. Gabriel fell to his butt, taking deep breaths due to how tired he was. He stared at Raiden's body and forced himself up, going in with a knife to kill him. Gabriel approached and was about to slash Raiden's neck, but Raiden suddenly woke up. He looked at Gabriel and chuckled weakly. I guess I could never be better than you with my real strength. You always found a way, no matter how hard it got. You lacked strength and even mana, but somehow, you always bested us and everyone from our group. My strength was never enough, and power was never good enough, but I'll not lose like that. I refuse to just die. My heart will never rest knowing I never bested you even once, Raiden said as he struggled to turn over. Gabriel didn't know what he was planning, so he watched closely. But what am I saying? I'm defeated, weak, unable to fight. I guess my wish to defeat you will go unfinished. But before I die, I'd like a sip of wine. There's some in my ring. Help me take it out, Raiden asked. Gabriel had a feeling that he should end this now and get it over with, but he had known Raiden for a long time, and every moment he wasted another second, the harder this got for him. He let out a sigh and walked to Raiden. He pulled out the ring from his finger and took out the bottle of wine, then handed it to Raiden. Raiden was really weak and could barely move, but he managed to collect it and take a large gulp from it. He let go of the bottle and suddenly burst into a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha, Sparkblade, you have always been the best, but underneath all that is a kind man, and no kind person should be kept until battle. They'll make reckless mistakes, like you have done right now, Raiden said. Suddenly, his eyes turned blood red, his body started changing, the popping sound of bones, and the tearing of flesh, all of that filled the air. Raiden's skin turned gray and hard. He grew in size and grew a second set of hands. His black claws extended outward. His face grew two long horns that curved backward, and then they lit on fire. You failed to kill me when you had the chance. Now I'll pay back the debt and kill you, Raiden said in a loud and deep voice. He charged at Gabriel with so much speed that Gabriel could not react. His claws stretched out, targeting Gabriel's guts. Gabriel could not react or dodge. The claws dug into his stomach, causing him heavy damage. He immediately fell to the ground, bleeding his guts out. You could have defeated me, but your kindness got in the way. Now I'll end you right here and right now, Sparkblade, Raiden said and struck at Gabriel. But before his claws could touch Gabriel, a powerful gust of wind slammed into him and threw him into a tree. First of all, you talk too much. Secondly, I can't have you killing our chief chef. We have a wedding, and we need him. Lily came out of the darkness. She had in her hands one of the followers of Raiden. She tossed the body at Raiden. This is one of yours. My master has probably killed all the rest, so that leaves you. He wanted to allow Gabriel to fight it out and survive, but then you used that transformation after drinking the wine. Right away, he knew it had something to do with the demon blood, and he decided that I should come and get you. After all, your blood has a modified version of the demon blood. Get away from him. He belongs to me. I'll be the one that kills him, Raiden said. It seems the demon blood is not as perfect as it looks. It's taking over your mind already. We still need to take you in, though, Lily said. Get out of here. Raiden roared and charged at Lily. I've been really pissed after that hero tossed me around, so I want to beat something up, Lily said and raised her hand into the air. The wind took the form of a spear over her hand. She threw the wind spear with so much force it dug into the chest of Raiden, ripping a massive hole into his chest. Raiden tried to get back up, but she was already in front of him, her hand placed on his abdomen. Then she released a powerful wind blast. The force turned his insides out. It was like his guts were overboiled spaghetti. Raiden coughed out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to keep himself up, but Lily was already touching him again. Let's try this again. She blasted his guts again. Raiden coughed out blood. You might be strong in this form, but ultimately, you are still weaker than me. You will lose every time, no matter how you come at me, Lily said. She made a fireball in her palm and waited for Raiden. Raiden, overtaken by the blood, charged at her recklessly. She released the fireball, and it exploded on contact with Raiden. Raiden was thrown several meters away, bringing down trees as he went. He blacked out completely, not moving at all. Lily walked to him. She checked if he was still alive and then grabbed him, dragging his demonized body back to where she left Gabriel. When she got there, She created a portal and chucked Raiden inside. She grabbed Gabriel and went in as well. She walked into her new lab in the castle and placed Gabriel on the bed that was there. She quickly healed most of his wounds. "Rest up. I'll be taking this one to see Silver," she said to Gabriel, then grabbed Raiden, dragging his huge body out of the room. She headed for the dungeons and locked Raiden up inside a cell. "We finally have an actually good specimen to work on now," Silver came from behind and said. "His transformation is different from everything we have seen so far." "It's really well done," Lily said. "I guess we will learn what makes him so special now," Silver said. "So, do you think what he used to transform was in that bottle?" Silver asked, approaching Raiden. Lily came closer as well. She looked at Raiden as she spoke. "That's most likely it. Either it was the catalyst to start that change that was already in his body, or it was what changed him completely," Lily said. "I see. Well, we won't know the details until we cut into him. His mind is pretty much corroded at this point, right? So talking to him is of no use. We just need his body and his blood. You are the one that will be researching it. Do whatever you deem fit." "I'll be heading back now," Silver said and left the dungeon. Silver's feet echoed as he walked through the dimly lit hallways, his every breath sounding distressed, as though something heavy weighed on him. He paused, standing right there, leaned over, and placed his back against the wall with his eyes to the ceiling. Slowly, he slid down. He sat on the floor, his head still facing the ceiling. "Why do I have this crippling feeling that things are about to get bad? Why do I feel this way? Everything I've been doing for the past few days has just been to remove my mind from the fact that things might go bad. And those dreams, they have returned. They left me long ago, but now I see flashes whenever I sleep, flashes of darkness and death. I thought I was on the right path to escape all this. I have surrounded myself so much that I'm scared for each and every one of their lives." Silver sat there in sober melancholy, his every breath shaking as it came out. The fear of the unknown was a crippling fear. It finds its way into the body. Even when you believe you are not afraid, your body says otherwise, and that's what's happening to Silver. It felt like a dark cloud was looming over his head. "I'll get through it. I have to. Whatever it is, I have to. My life and the lives of those I'm destined to keep depend on this." Silver steeled his resolve. He placed his hands on the ground and propped himself up, putting back his ruler face, the unshakable one. "I am the Dark Dragon," he said. His eyes glowed in response. Silver smiled and turned to walk away, but as he took a step, a message popped up. "Ragnar is getting closer to your world. His influence is now greater. He will stop at no lengths to destroy you." Silver saw this, and it was like a bucket of cold water was poured on him. He had not gotten attacks lately, and he felt that Ragnar was no longer after him. But it seemed he was wrong, and Ragnar was still very much in the business of attacking him and making his life miserable. "Just when I wanted to believe that I could fight through all this shit, you had to show up," Silver complained. "Ragnar's minions are on their way." Another message popped up, and immediately Silver saw this one. He ran, using all his speed-related abilities, and made it out of the castle in an instant. Then he transformed into a full dragon and shot into the air, flying off into the distance without pausing for a moment. Through a window in one of the rooms, White Fang looked at Silver flying off in the distance. He saw the way Silver rushed, and he knew that something was up. Elaine, who also sat on top of a building in the castle, saw Silver leave. She knew Silver a little now, and she knew he would not rush out alone if there wasn't something happening. So Elaine and White Fang decided to chase after him and find out what was happening. Elaine transformed into her full form and leapt down from the building. She was about to go, but then she saw White Fang coming out as well. "Hey, demon, I'm guessing you are going after Silver as well." "Give me a ride," White Fang said. "You know I'm not supposed to talk with you," Elaine said. "Blah blah. We are the ones that control what all these people think are heroes and demon kings. What we want them to believe is what they'll believe, and for now, they all believe we are enemies." "Well, we are, but not in the way they think." "What am I even saying?" "Just give me a ride," White Fang said as he got on her back. Elaine sighed and then charged through the town at sonic speed. She followed Silver's scent, trying to track him down. "So, what do you think made the kid leave in such a hurry?" White Fang asked. "Honestly, I don't have the slightest clue. But if I've learned anything from the kid, he has a chunk of secrets. Even those closest to him don't know the full truth about him. So I'm guessing this is another of his secrets, and he needs to handle it with urgency, Elaine said. Silver. He is the definition of mystery, to be honest. Born a human, turned into a dragon demon king. Insane growth, seemingly unlimited potential. He is something that should not be, yet is. That's the only way I know how to put the kid, White Fang said. I don't think there's a better way, Elaine replied and doubled her speed again, leaving the city and chasing after Silver. She went through the forest, easily dodging the trees as she moved. His scent is getting faint. He is really fast. I'll have to add to my speed. Hold on tight, she said to White, and then she doubled her speed. Her fur glowed as she bolted through the forest like a beam of flexible light. After a while of running, they spotted a shadow in the distance flying away. It was Silver, still a good distance away. That's the kid. Chase him, White said. Elaine went faster, reaching a new speed and covering the distance in a second. Silver landed in a clearing very far from the kingdom. He transformed back into a human and took out his sword. This will be the perfect place. The weeping angels arrived. As soon as Silver heard that, the surroundings changed. He was immediately transported into what looked like an ancient arena. The skies were completely dark but filled with so many stars that it made the place bright. It was a very beautiful sight. Silver looked at the opposite side of the arena, and standing there were 3 six-winged weeping angels. Silver immediately knew what was happening here. He would have to fight all of them inside their time-space, where they could move freely regardless of order. This is not going to be easy, Silver said. He could tell that though they were just 6-winged, and he had fought a lot of winged angels, these ones felt far more powerful. After a moment of waiting, the center angel moved, carrying its sword and heading towards Silver. Silver also started heading for the angel. Then, all of a sudden, the angel vanished. Silver was shocked at the speed the angel used. He quickly used vibration sensing and picked up the location of the angel. He was able to block the attack of the angel. Their swords clashed and created a powerful explosion, pushing both of them back. They are definitely stronger. I have leveled up and increased my strength since the last time I met a 6-winged, but this one is definitely stronger, Silver said. The angel raised its leg off the ground and stomped it hard, creating a pulse that slowed things down as it spread. Silver didn't expect this and was caught in the pulse. His speed was cut down by half. The angel charged at him again with teleport-like speed. Silver tried to raise his blade to block the attack, but he was too slow. The angel stabbed into Silver's chest. Silver managed to get a thin layer of scales to form and block the tip of the blade. Silver shot back and slammed into the wall of the arena. He hit it hard and fell to the ground. He struggled to get back on his feet, but the angel was already in front of him. It sent another slash at his head. Silver managed to dodge to the side, avoiding the blade. He rolled to the back of the angel and then went for his own slash. The angel spun around and blocked the attack, then lifted its feet and stomped the ground again. But this time, Silver jumped up and dodged the pulse. He fired a flame bullet that hit the angel's square inches. The head. Silver charged at the angel. He went for a stab. The angel parried the attack, but the sword suddenly exploded with bright purple flames, distracting the angel. I guess I don't have time to go all out to win against you, Silver said as he took a step back and went in for the final slash. But all he hit was enough to image. Silver was shocked. He tried to sense the angel, but before he could, the angel was already over him, coming down with a powerful stab. Silver jumped out of the way, and the angel's sword stabbed into the ground, creating a powerful dome-like explosion. Silver was caught in the explosion, and he became very slow. Time was cut down by a huge amount. The angel started walking towards Silver with slow, confident steps, believing it had already won. Silver was slow in time, but he was still moving. He activated flash steps, increasing his speed, and followed up by casting his domain. He didn't want to use all these means to fight because there were 3 angels and only one of him. He had to reserve his strength and his cards. The domain spread out, covering the entire arena. The domain cancelled out the time field that the angel had made, and Silver was now fully free. He deactivated the domain and attacked again. His sword exploded into purple flames as he ran. The angel got ready to counter, but all of a sudden, tendrils shot out of the ground and grabbed the angel. They pulled in all directions. Silver took that as his opening. He slashed with so much strength that a massive flame arc shot out. The angel didn't want to be hit by such an attack, so it tried to get out of the way. But the tendrils kept it bound. When it finally broke free, it was almost too late. It used its speed to escape, but the flame arc still cut off its arm. Silver didn't hesitate at all. He immediately made 3 clones, and with him, there were 4. They tried to flank the angel. Elaine and White Fang chased after Silver. They navigated the forest very quickly while following him. Silver kept going until he made it into a clearing. Elaine and White Fang hid a good distance away, completely suppressing their presence so Silver would not know they were there. They watched in silence, waiting for Silver to do something, anything. Then, all of a sudden, the sky went black, and they were transported into an arena-like setting. Both of them were in the seats, hidden away, and their presence was still hidden, so neither Silver nor the angels could tell that anyone else was here. "What the hell is this place?" White Fang asked. "Am I supposed to know that?" "We were both brought here now. All I know is we are in some sort of separate dimension, and I think Silver is about to fight those statues," Elaine said. "Should we help him?" White Fang asked. "Stop joking around. We need to watch and see what this is all about. We might learn some very interesting things from being here today," Elaine said. Silver, you are not normal at all. Such massive secrets hidden in you," White Fang said. The clones flanked the angel, attacking at the same time. The clone to the left attacked with a stab to the lower abdomen of the angel. The angel had lost its arm, and so it had a lot of openings now. The clone to the right attacked the head, while the one in front went for the chest. The angel tried to keep track of all of them, but he couldn't, so he decided to do something else. The angel stomped the ground and caused a time pulse. The pulse caught one of the clones, but the other 2 managed to get past it by jumping over it. But the angel was not done, as it seemed ready to finally use its trump card. The angel spread out its wings, each wing in a beautiful display. All the wings flapped at the same time, and a massive crater formed due to the force the wings gave off. Immediately, the angel vanished. Silver and his clones looked around for the angel, and then they heard a sonic boom, and the space above them trembled. The angel reached the ground in an instant, and as his sword touched the ground, a large wave of force exploded outward, slamming Silver and all his clones into the wall. The angel disappeared again. Silver looked around but didn't find anyone, and then another sonic boom sounded. This time, space tore a little. Silver wanted to avoid what had just happened, so he leapt into the air, but this time it was different. Bang, 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 bang. The angel slammed against the 3 clones and Silver, sending them all flying into the arena walls and smashing through them. The angel touched the ground, his wings flapped once more, and he shot up again. Silver got up from the rubble. He and the clones cast dark tendrils. The tendrils shot out of the ground, trying to chase after the angel. The angel spun around in the air and shot down, causing another sonic boom. The force of the flight destroyed all the tendrils. Silver tried to take cover this time. He covered himself with scales and then fired his biggest fireball into the center of the arena. The fireball exploded brightly, only to serve as a distraction. Then Silver took a stance, used flash steps and his wings, and shot into the air, managing to catch a glimpse of the moving angel, and then slashed at the angel. The flame arc shot through the air and hit the angel right on the chest, cutting deep into his chest and sending the angel flying into the wall. Silver and the clones immediately tried to jump the angel, but a sudden blast from the angel pushed all of them back. The angel got back on his feet, but this time it was different. He started chanting something all of a sudden. The language felt evil and very dark, deep and resounding. "Whatever he is doing, we have to stop him," Silver said. He and his clones attacked again, but the force threw them again. The angel continued chanting and walking towards Silver. The chant got louder, and finally, the angel stopped. His eyes glowed red, he opened his wings, and he vanished. That single movement caused the space to rip and tear. Silver looked around trying to find the angel, but he couldn't find him. All of a sudden, a sword slashed into Silver's stomach. The blade cut through the stomach, gutting Silver, and spilling his blood. His body shot through the air and slammed into the walls, half alive. Silver shook his head to gain clarity. He looked down at the blood spewing out of his guts and wondered what sort of speed that was. The angel had moved at a speed that Silver could not even react to. Silver's wounds started healing up immediately. After they closed up, he got up and looked at the angel that was flying in the air. "You really are a piece of crap, but I have to take you down," Silver said, and then took a stance. He entered his dragon newt state. "If I have to go this far for only you, I wonder how I'll cope with the other two. But that's not important right now. I just have to kill you," Silver said, and shot into the air. He used his max speed with even flash steps. He caused a less powerful sonic boom. The angel looked at Silver and waited for him to get close before he vanished again, reappearing behind Silver and going for a slash. "Psych," Silver said. He turned around. His arm had been cut, and blood was flowing out. "Hell's Gate," Silver said, and then allowed himself to fall from that height. The gate opened and began pulling in the angel. The angel fought to escape, but Silver summoned all his clones and had all them attack at the same time while the clones fought against the gate. Their attacks landed, damaging the angel's wings and limbs. The angel could barely hold on. It was getting pulled through the gate. Silver decided to land the final attack. After the clones finished, he held his sword and started using the power of will. The sword trembled as it got filled with willpower. Silver didn't have the time to ready it all the way, but he was able to gather enough power to go for a powerful strike. He slashed, and a bright flash happened. The sword arc traveled through the air and hit the angel head-on. The attack pushed the angel into the gate of hell, and the gates immediately closed. Silver watched the gates for a while, but nothing happened. The gates remained shut until finally, a message came through. "You have defeated the six-winged weeping angel. 1000 stat points, x10. You have leveled up. 100 stat points, x10. The angel had died. It seemed the beating Silver had given to it was more than he thought. Silver had to fight this battle while holding a lot of things back to ensure he didn't show all his cards. Name, Silver. Evolved. Race, Dark Dragon, 80%, Human, 20%. Legacy, Dark Dragon Legacy, Awakened. Magical affinities, Summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Mana, 6 million. EXP, 10,000. 4 million. SP, 1 million. Level, 4. Evolved. Strength, 60,000. Defense, 60,000. Speed, 60,000. Agility, 60,000. Intelligence, 73,240. Free stat points, 21,000. Silver gained quite the good amount of stat points from this fight, so he quickly assigned them, adding 5,000 to all stats aside from intelligence. Strength, 65,000. Defense, 65,000. Speed, 65,000. Agility, 65,000. Silver healed up and faced the two angels standing there, and one finally moved, signaling the start of the next fight. The second angel didn't use a sword like the first, rather, it made use of a spear covered in runes. He spun it around so fast that it began picking up wind, creating a massive vortex of wind around it. Then suddenly, the angel stopped and threw the spear at Silver. The force ripped the ground up. The spear moved so fast that it tore through space as it got to Silver. But Silver was not shaken by that. He planted his feet into the ground and slashed to the side, parrying the spear. The force pushed him back. His feet skidded along the ground as he struggled to parry the attack, but he finally succeeded. The spear shot off into the sky. Silver saw that as his opportunity to attack and land a hit. He charged at the angel, but the angel stretched out his hands, and right before Silver's sword made it to the angel's spear returned to his hand, blocking Silver's attack. The attack caused a sonic boom that pushed both of them back. Silver found his footing first and charged in for another attack. But the angel was fast. He blocked the attack, pushing Silver's blade to the side and then swinging diagonally from top to bottom to counter. The shaft of the spear slammed on Silver's face and sent him to the ground. He rolled, quickly got on his feet, and summoned a clone. In the clone's hand was a weapon that Silver had not used in a while, Minotaur's rage. The clone charged at the angel with a full-powered slash from top down. The angel used its spear to block the attack, but this clone was not like base Silver. He was far stronger. The force of the attack sent the angel to his knees, and the clone added more pressure to keep him down. The struggling Silver took the opening and dashed towards the angel, with his sword going in for a stab. The angel brought his wings forward and blocked Silver's stab. His sword pierced through the wings but did not make it to the chest. The angel looked up at Silver, its eyes glowing red. Silver knew that was a bad sign, so he leapt backward, but he wasn't fast enough as a massive pulse wave exploded from the angel. But at the last moment, the clone leapt in front of Silver and took the blast for him. The attack shattered multiple bones in the body of the clone, but the clone survived and started healing up. Silver, on the other hand, was totally fine. He helped the clone up, and both of them faced the angel. They charged at him at the same time, coming from two angles to flank him. The angel spun its spear around again and then threw it at the clone. The clone blocked the spear easily. The angel flew towards the spear, caught it, and then went for a slash at the clone. The clone blocked it for the second time, and this time they got into a stalemate, but it didn't last long as Silver came in from the side with a flame arc towards the angel's head. The angel moved back quickly and dodged the flame arc, but Silver's follow-up sword slash managed to graze the shoulder. The angel quickly spun his spear around and made a sweep towards the clone and Silver. Both of them dodged, giving the angel enough time to beat a quick retreat. But dark tendrils shot out of the ground, latching onto the legs of the angel and pulling him down to the ground. The angel slammed on his back, and the clone leapt into the air, coming down with the axe to hack open the angel. The angel lifted up his spear to block the attack. Boom! As the axe collided against the shaft of the spear, a long explosion occurred, and the ground caved in. The clone retreated and stood beside Silver, both of them looking at the angel. I guess I am stronger than the angels by far. If I can defeat them like this, then I should be able to fight against the hero if I go all out, Silver said. The angel finally got up after that attack and was ready to go again. Silver looked at the clone. He nodded at the clone, and they both entered his dragon newt form. I'm tired of playing games, so let's end this, he said, and then flapped his wings at the same time as the clone. Both of them vanished and reappeared next to the angel, their sword and axe near his head. The angel was shocked by this sudden turn of events. It was as though their power had immensely increased. The angel didn't know what to do at this moment. Even if he used his pulse move, their blades would hit him before the move would be completed. There was very little time, in fact, a small instant for him to make a move. The angel decided to take a risky move. He stomped his feet into the ground and shot up, but the axe and sword dug into his legs, cutting them off. At least he survived. With his wings, the angel flew away. Tendrils shot out of the ground. They caught the angel and pulled him to the ground. Immediately his back hit the ground. A flying axe dug into his head, obliterating the skull and killing the angel. You have killed the six-winged weeping angel. You have gained 300,000 EXP, 150,000 SP, 1,000 stat points, a tilde, 10 after defeating the second one. Silver was no longer worried. It seemed the six-winged weeping angels were no longer a serious threat to him. He stabbed his sword into the ground and sat down beside it. He unsummoned his clone and returned to his base state. He looked at the last angel and spoke. You can come now, this guy. I doubt you have the balls to do that, but then again, you can't go back to your master, Ragnar, because for sure he will destroy you for failing to complete your mission. I wonder when Ragnar will actually show himself to me. I want to see the being that is your master. Oh really? A voice suddenly sounded from the angel, and immediately Silver was slammed to the ground by a powerful force. The force began shattering time and space, completely tearing it down. Elaine and White Fang were also hit with the force, pushed to the ground, and unable to move. Silver, you remind me of that dark dragon. I see him in you, and because of that, I want to kill you, and this time destroy your world. After all, there's no one to protect your world, the angel spoke, and with every word, the pressure Silver faced increased. Who are you? Are you Ragnar? Silver asked. Ha ha ha, no, not at all. Ragnar would never bring himself down to speak to you. You mean nothing in his eyes. I am Lister, the weeping angel of the 12th wing, a cosmic being under the service of Lord Ragnar. I am the mouthpiece and the sword of Lord Ragnar. I am only using this body as a puppet for now to tell you that I have declared war on your world, and your world will fall to ruin. The whole army of Ragnar, in their millions and millions, will infest your world and take it away. Lister said. You can't do that. Does this not go against order? There's no way Ophelia would allow you to do that, Silver said. Do not put your trust in the goddess Ophelia. She can't help you. Have you not thought about why she sent you to this world? Order has refused to allow her to interfere with this world, and so this war will hold. Ready yourself, for the time is drawing near, and we will get rid of you and your world. Lister said. Why would you want to do something like this? Why would you try to take away our home and kill us all? Silver asked. Because of you. Because of only you. He regards you as a serious threat that he can't let move forward. After all, the last dark dragon he met nearly killed Lord Ragnar. So now, your world will be destroyed to ensure that nothing of that sort happens again. Lister said. You bastard. I'll not allow you. You will not take my home. The only way to save your world is if you die before we come, Lister said. He looked up into the skies and called out. Now, you two, I'll have to kill you here because you should not be here, yet you are, Lister said. He raised his hands and lifted both of them from a distance. Silver was surprised to see them there. He saw them struggling to get out of Lister's control, but they couldn't. Do you both have any last words before I end you? Lister asked. Please, don't kill us. I have something you'll want, White Fang said. A petty trick, but I doubt it will work against me, Lister said. It already did, White Fang said. Suddenly, a white blade of light stabbed Lister in the back, causing him to drop the two of them. Immediately they touched the ground. Elaine transformed into her real form and charged at Lister, while White Fang took out a glowing sword and charged as well. You bloody insects, Lister roared and then slashed with his sword. White Fang tried to use his blessing to block the attack. He leapt in front and tried to block it. But the attack went past his defense, and in one move, lopped off his head. The force traveled and slammed into Elaine's chest, leaving a deep gash. To think such insects tried to stand against me, Lister said and turned to look at Silver. But Silver was not there. Then he looked at Elaine and saw Silver holding her, his sword trembling in his arm. Your mistake is not killing me here when you had the chance, Silver said and slashed down. Using the will slash, the bright light shone, and the time world started shattering. Silver, Dark Dragon, the war is coming. Get ready, Lister said before the world shattered and they were thrown out. Silver, Elaine, and the dead body of White Fang landed on the ground roughly. Silver got up, helped Elaine sit up against a rock, and then sat down as well with his head down. Elaine healed her wounds in a few seconds. She took a deep breath and spoke. What are you, Silver? She asked. Is that really important now? Silver asked. Yes, it is. Yes, it very much is. Because you almost got a hero and a demon king killed, Elaine said. Almost? Silver asked. And then he remembered. White Fang could not die. To his surprise, he saw White Fang's head start growing back until it was fully there. White Fang got up as if nothing had happened. He cracked his bones and then looked at Silver. There is so much you have to explain, kid, so start talking, Fang said. I didn't ask either of you to follow me. You did it on your own. I owe no explanation, Silver said. The fuck do you mean by that? White Fang yelled. He walked to Silver and grabbed him by the neck. Silver got mad and pushed White Fang back. You just put our entire world into a war, and you're telling me it's none of my business? What the hell is wrong with you, brat? White Fang asked in rage. Silver didn't want to endure White Fang's rage. He was a dragon, and no one yelled at him like that. To hell with your world. If the strongest in your world couldn't stand against a minion of Ragnar, how will this bloody world survive? Silver yelled back, his veins popping. That's not the point here, Silver. This war could have been avoided if you had told us about these people coming to you, Elaine said. Cut the crap, please. You think I'd tell everything I should, huh? Then what about you? Why don't you tell us our fates, since you can see them? After all, you know if we die or if we live, so why not spill the truth right here, so we know how to prepare? Silver said. You know I can't do that, Silver, Elaine replied. Exactly, You can't, because the repercussions of telling us are massive, and so are mine. I couldn't just open my mouth and blab. Let's go on the surface. Why should I trust you with such information that a very powerful being is after my life and will keep coming to this world until he finds me? The first thing you guys would do is isolate me and observe. You'd treat me like a damn test subject. Because I'm a Demon King candidate, you wouldn't kill me, you'd just keep me in captivity, testing me every single day, trying to find the truth of the issue. And if I were deemed enough of a threat, you'd either seal me or, regardless of my status, kill me. Now tell me, where is the gain in telling you back then? Silver asked. And what stops us from doing that now? White Fang asked. Oh, you can try. Silver looked at him with cold eyes. As long as I have my blessing, even with that clown of yours, you'll never win, White Fang said. Silver immediately made all 10 clones, and then the clones, along with him, transformed into the Joker of the Abyss. You want to bet on that? Silver asked, ready to duke it out. You have yet to see the true power I carry. Don't be cocky because you have a blessing, Silver warned. You are just full of never-ending surprises, Silver. Why didn't you go all out when I came and fought you? Why did you hold back against me? White Fang asked. I didn't hold back. I was simply trying to use my base power to fight you, but it fell short. If I had used my extended power, it would have been completely different. Your blessing is dreadful, and in front of more than 2 heroes, I might lose, but for a fact, I know that I'll send you into hell, and if I can't, I'll scar you forever, Silver said coldly. I can see why you have such terrifying enemies, Silver, White Fang said. Sigh, take it easy, Silver. A fight is the last thing we need. We need to know when Ragnar will come to our plane and plan around it. Also, it seems you have deep connections to the goddesses, something even we heroes and demon kings don't have. Can you explain that? Elaine asked. My connection with the goddess is my business, and I can't tell you anything about it. All you should know is I have instructions, like I told you and the demon kings before. Also, Ragnar is unpredictable. I don't know what to say concerning his coming, and I doubt there's much we can do in the way of preparation. Seriously, what can we do? Let's just go back to our normal lives. The war can take years to come, or it might be tomorrow, no one knows. Only Ragnar, Silver said. He paused for a while and then spoke. Don't tell anyone anything about these or the war, Ragnar, the weeping angels. Do not speak of them to anyone, Silver said adamantly. And why should we not tell them? We have to get ready for war, White Fang said. And what do you tell them when you get there? Silver has triggered a war. When will it happen? I don't know. We have to just prepare. It might take a decade, and after that, they capture me because I am the cause. Me are the only person who might be able to get information on the war. Here's my offer to you, keep quiet about it and continue our normal lives, and I'll find a way to make it easier for all of us. Report it, and I'll completely vanish and go to a place no one knows, Silver said, starting to walk away. Silver, with the way you're going, you'll end up clashing with even you other heroes and demon kings, Elaine said. I know. I've seen so much about my future that the mention of war has started to hold very little meaning to me. You worrying about Ragnar and his war is pointless. After all, there will be many other wars that you all will instigate very soon, Silver said, spreading his wings and taking to the air at top speed. White Fang and Elaine watched him go, confusion evident on their faces. What did he mean all by that? White Fang asked. I think you already know, White. The random forced portals that have been happening, the Empire's move to create demon blood, the tension between the Holy Empire and the spirits over the artifact of the goddess. Also, the dragon's underground plan to start a war soon. All this might come to pass soon, and I think Silver had an inclination about it, Elaine said. Sigh, we have so much power, yet we can't help but fight against each other when the time comes again. In the end, we are puppets acting like the puppeteer, White Fang said. The curse of the blessings and the curse to live as weapons and to die as weapons, Elaine said, her voice very solemn and pained. Silver arrived back at the castle. Though it was morning, it was still dark out. He got into his room quietly, walked to the bed, and sat down. A system message. Silver was suddenly greeted by a message from the system as he lay on the bed, and this could only mean one thing: Ophelia. He sat up quickly, opened the system, and went for the message. He opened it and started reading the content. Situations have changed. I can't explain. Move faster, or it will all be for nothing. That was all the message held, but Silver understood. He had to move faster, or all that he had fought for would be wasted. Ophelia wanted him to continue the task as fast as possible. He had stopped it for a while now, but now, she was telling him to do it. That meant things were getting serious. He didn't know if it was related to what had happened today, but he needed to move regardless. He made up his mind. After Quinn's wedding tomorrow, he would immediately get things rolling. In fact, he might only make a guest appearance at the wedding. After pondering on how to proceed for a while, he got up from the bed and left the room. He headed straight for the weapon room of the castle. The place stored all swords, shields, armors, and more. The door was shut with a large lock and several layers of formation. It only responded to the willing touch of a recognized persona, willing in the sense that you couldn't force anyone to open it. The door unlocked, and Silver walked in. He shut the door behind him. The room was extremely massive, filled with long racks of swords, spears, and all sorts of weapons. Shields, other artifacts, and weapons hung from the walls. The armors were all placed carefully, with different colors, styles, and builds. Silver didn't pick anything, though. He sat on the ground cross-legged and then opened his storage ring, pouring out all his weapons and creating a small mountain. All these swords are artifacts, even if they are weak or too low for me, Silver said. He got up and started looking around the weaponry. If I'm going to the Empire, I'll need to look like a poor prot. Copyright copyright without serious funding, only my talents and party members. I'll need weapons and gear of the lowest tier, but I can't find that in here. It's only filled with high-end stuff. He searched through the heap he made on the ground, returning the abyssal blade and the Minotaur's rage into his ring. As he did that, he recalled something. He was yet to unseal the abyssal sword. He hadn't completed the next level of requirements. It was to take the lives of 200 intelligent beings, and from the war down to the current fight, he must have gone over 50. System, how many intelligent beings have I killed? He decided to ask. 16,200. What the hell? He was surprised when he saw the number. It was so low. System, what the hell is this? Why is it so low? He asked. Intelligent beings are considered to have intelligence points above 1,000. You could have told me before, Silver snapped. He didn't know there was such a requirement. He thought every human would be classified as an intelligent being, but the system just said otherwise. He had sure killed a lot in the past months. After all, he had fought 2 wars now, but it's hard to find a non-evolved person with intelligence above 1,000. It was already massive that he killed 16 people with intelligence above 1,000, because even among the humans that had evolved, most prioritized their strength-based abilities over intelligence, especially when they weren't mages, and so they had lower intelligence. Congratulations, system. You crushed my soul, Silver said, returning to putting his weapons back into his ring. He preferred that they stay with him, even if he wouldn't be using them in the Empire. I'll just ask Drake to make one. I hope he can make something of good quality that doesn't stand out. Silver opened the door and left the weaponry. He headed to the throne room and called Drake on his way there. Drake, I need your help to make something. Meet me at the throne room. I will be there in a moment, Master, Drake responded. Silver arrived at the throne room, and Drake was already inside waiting for him. You just have to be that efficient, huh? Silver asked with a chuckle. I do, after all, you called, Drake responded. Well, thank you, Silver said. He walked to the throne and sat down. After the wedding, we will be heading to the Empire. It's time we finally move. Lily is currently busy trying to understand how the demon blood works from that man we captured. With the help of Gabriel as well, we will be able to seamlessly blend into their society and already have a lead on the demon blood. So we only have a few days to round up everything that needs rounding up here, and that's why I called you. I need a weapon that will be good for me and not stand out, something that's not an artifact but a sharp blade that a young copyright can use. It has to look custom made, but it shouldn't look too expensive. I use swords, so make me a sword. Can you do that for me? Silver asked. Without a doubt. I can start working on it now, Drake responded. He paused for a moment, as if thinking of something, and then spoke. What about your trip to your mother's family? After a falling out I had with White Fang, I'll have to postpone that. But thank you for reminding me. I wanted to talk to my mother today. There's still a lot that I'd love to iron out and talk about, Silver said. Silver left the throne room after talking to Drake. He headed straight for his mother's room, knocked twice on the door, and opened it. I was waiting for you to come, she said quietly. Just give me my mother. I want to talk to her, Silver said as he pulled a stool and sat in front of her. Give me my mother now, he demanded. Fine, she said, her head twitching a bit before she refocused on Silver. Silver, my son, his mother said in a low voice, tears falling from her eyes. She stood up and immediately grabbed Silver in a tight hug. I can't believe all that she told me. I don't want to believe that our lives have been a lie. You, your sister, they can't be lies, his mother sobbed into his shoulder. It's not a lie, Mum. Our lives have been real. You are real. You are my mother, and nothing will change that. I'll find a way. I'll take you out of her or kill her. I don't care what I have to do. Azrael is not you, and this body does not belong to her. She is a parasite as far as I am concerned, and I'll get her out of you, one way or the other, Silver said, holding his mother tightly. After a while, he pushed his mother back, stared at her, and then spoke. This is for you, Azrael. Your time is ticking. I want my mother, and I don't care what I have to do to get her back. I'll rip your consciousness apart if I have to. You brought this on yourself, he said in a cold tone before his eyes softened. Mum, just wait for me a little while, and we'll fix this. I trust you, Silver, but be careful. I can't be fully around to watch over you in this state, but I'll do my best. I love you and your sister dearly. I want you both to remember that no matter what, his mother said before Azrael took over. That's quite the threat you threw at me. What's stopping me from trying to run away from here? She asked. You can try, but you'll fail. Lily and Drake have already made sure your reality manipulation won't work here. They worked on it pretty well. It might not stop the ability completely, but I can disrupt it enough to stop you myself, and if there's even a little scratch on my mother's body, I'll scorch your consciousness until you break, Silver said, his dragon eyes shining, adding to the threat. Fine, I won't move. But whatever means you find to separate us has to be safe, or else I'll harm your mother as well, Azrael threatened. Silver frowned, looking at her but not saying anything. He got up and walked out of the room without looking back. The day of the wedding arrived, and it was a full buzz, with everyone going about their meaning to us, so I'll hand it over to someone, and the rest of us can leave here, only being the rulers in name. That way, they might avoid the terrible future for them, and even if they can't, that's their business. I tried to build a home, but I guess my mission is too unstable for that, Silver said. For someone who killed a whole kingdom because they touched your people, you easily let them go towards their death now, Lily said with a teasing smile. I'm a hypocrite, remember? Silver said. The wedding finished, and everyone departed that night. Quinn and his new wife were taken to a house prepared specially for their honeymoon, but that was simply a move by Silver to ensure that Quinn was not here for the discussion. He knew very well that Quinn would try to come or help somehow, but Silver wanted him to stay away from this whole thing. Sure, Quinn would be a valuable asset, and he also wanted to find out more about the legacy Silver awakened, but he couldn't risk it for now. Sometimes, you have to force happiness on certain people, or they would forever inconvenience themselves for you. After all the guests had left and only those closest to Silver remained, he informed them telepathically that they should all meet at the meeting room. Amber, Sage, Roxy, Faye, and Leah came in together, chatting happily. Sage had finally overcome the depression she faced when her mother turned out to be Azrael. She had been coping as best as she could and distracting herself with different activities. She trained more in the last few days and was really close to evolving. Leah had become her sparring partner, helping her for some days now, and Sage had been getting much better. Silver thought she would be down for longer, but it seemed he had underestimated her strength. There was another thing that had happened these past few days that made Silver quite happy, and that was the fact that Leah and Mike had started talking once more. Sure, they spoke ever since he woke up, but recently, she started getting closer to him again. They spent more time together, talking and even sometimes practicing. Leah was really close to a breakthrough. She would soon level up and evolve, and her ice magic could become greater. She was able to manipulate her ice without chanting most of the time. Many powerful mages didn't need to cast spells, like Lily and Drake, even Elsa, and that was because they had powerful intelligence capable of casting spells without the need for saying the words. Lily used some basic spells like that or even formation magic, but now she could use almost all spells in her arsenal without casting the spells again. She also took time to build her close combat skills, with Mike's help, that is. Mike was a full close combat fighter, so he was able to help her, and she created the Ice Guardian spell. She used Silver's resources and other things, as well as Lily's help, to create the spell. It was a spell that worked like a small domain. Whenever she fought, she would create a layer of ice fog around her. It was extremely light, and her opponents would not be able to see it. But if their close-range attack came in contact with the ice fog, it would trigger an immediate defense response. Ice bullets would automatically form and fire at her opponent with crazy precision. That was her way of handling close-quarter combat. Silver liked it. It was an ingenious way to fix her inability to fight with a sword since she had spent all her time focused on magic. Mike had also gained a lot from their shared training. His swordsmanship was all he had, so every day, he tried to build on it, getting better and better. The more he trained with Leah, the better he got because every day, he thought of more and more ways to bypass her defense. He had to use his mind to create solutions, execute them, and learn from them. After the girls, Mike and Aaron came into the hall. Not long after, all the guardians trooped in while Aras carried Elsa in. After some time, everyone was inside and seated, waiting for Silver. Silver, Lily, Drake, and Gabriel stood in the room where Rose was, her half-dead, half-alive body lying there. What was wrong with her is simply a self-defense system to not let go of the heritage of her family. It sends her into a state that she cannot move and give out any sort of information, Lily said and walked close to Rose, placing her hand on her. At first, I sought out simple and safe ways to wake her, but nothing seemed to be working until I came up with a new solution that will definitely work. It's a high risk, high return operation. If it fails, she dies. If it works, she wakes up, and you have your love back, Lily said and looked at Gabriel. There was heavy reluctance on his face. How great is the risk? I need to know, Gabriel asked. It's a 60-40 risk. 60% she survives, and 40% she dies. The procedure involves brute forcing my way into her body and forcefully waking her up. I possess superior mana, and because of that, I can jam into her body. The risk is that her body can sense the foreign mana faster than I can shut it down, and if it does that, there's a high chance it will send a signal, telling the brain that the major defense has been breached. And since the major defense has been broken through, the only way to secure the information on her is by shutting down the body. If the brain gives out the order, her body will shut down, and she will definitely die. That's the risk that comes with the operation, Lily said. No, I can't risk her life like that. It's too high, Gabriel said, subconsciously stepping away. Silver grabbed him by the hand, stopping him. Look at Rose. Look at her lying on that bed. She is basically dead there, and the longer you leave her, the more this complicates. What you are doing is selfishness. You want to take away her chance to live because you are too scared to let her die. It's risky, we know, but you have to make a decision. You have until after the meeting, Silver said. Silver led the others out of the room, but before he left, he turned and took a look at Gabriel. You are an assassin. You know the implications of risk when it comes to life and death. Think systematically, not emotionally. After saying that, they left Gabriel with her. Do you think he'll choose to go through with it? Drake asked Silver as they walked. It's highly probable that he will. If he thinks smart, he'll see that we only gave him one solution, and that means there's only one solution for now. He also knows that we are heading to the Empire, and that means we will not be able to focus on finding her cure for a very long while, which might take years. When all that is put into consideration, he'll feel like he has no other choice and will have to make a decision soon, or let her stay for a year, Silver said. They arrived at the meeting. Silver pushed the door and walked in, followed by Drake and Lily. Everyone was already inside and ready for the meeting before he came. He walked to his seat facing all of them. He sat down with Drake and Lily on both sides. He took a deep breath and then looked at them. We will be heading for the Empire tomorrow. We will be beginning the mission to find the demon blood. But before we get into that, this kingdom is still important, and we can't really leave it without protection. So firstly, I'll be calling out the people that will be staying here to watch over this kingdom. First is Kratos. The reason why you will be staying is because you are the leader of the Wyvern army, and that army is still under training and will need your guidance for longer. We will keep in touch with you, but we need you here. The next person in that group is Maru. It might seem like I have not been paying attention to what you do, Maru, but I do. You have been actively helping the army and training them. They respect you and have been getting better because of you, so I'd like for you to continue this and keep training them. Many inevitable wars are headed their way, so we need to train them. The two of you, Kratos and Maru, are important to be here, and for the sake of more security, I'm asking Zack to be here as well. His strength is needed, and I'm sure you three will work well together. I'd also like to ask Galen and Fang to remain here and help secure kingdom. Their strengths are needed here. Is there any issue with this setup? Silver asked. He knew that there was a possibility that the five would not want to stay. If I can speak, Master, Zack said and got up. We surely won't have any issues with your plan, but we would really like it if you can keep us within the loop and allow us to help at certain times, Zack said. Kratos, Galen, Fang, and Maru nodded in agreement with what he said. That has always been part of the plan. You don't have to worry about that. You will still be crucial in all the plans, Silver said. Now to those that will be going with me, Silox, Jade, Lily, Drake, Dawn, Aaron, Mike, Leah, Faye, Amber, and Roxy. Now, the reason I need this number of people is for different purposes. Drake, Jade, and Silox will not be with me at all times. You are going to have to be hidden figures, gathering information from the streets. Lily will have to be my closest and personal assistant. Aaron and Mike have to be with me because, well, too many ladies already. We are going to pull some attention, but that's good. It's what I want, so yeah. We have made a way by which we will all be changing our appearances, turning us into normal humans. We want to look like them. Tonight all of us will take new forms. There is no real need for you all to change your names. But I feel everyone has come to know my name, which I don't know when that happened. It just happened, Silver said. Everyone gave him the yeah right look. The plan is to become the most powerful and the most popular adventurer party, gain the recognition of the people and the nobles, which will allow us to integrate into their society and get to know about their demon blood. Are there any questions on this plan? Silver asked. Mike got up and spoke. I feel a 10-person party is a bit too large. I want to volunteer myself to be part of the shadows with Sir Drake, Mike said. I see. I understand your point, and if that works well for you, then go for it, Silver said. Same for me, Silver. I'd like to gather information from the back like Drake, rather than escorting you around. I see no point in that for now. Lily spoke up. Huh? I've gotten used to you being by my side. I might not know what to do if you ain't there, Silver said. Stop over-exaggerating the whole thing, Silver, Lily said. Silver let out a defeated sigh. Fine, he said. Roxy also got up and spoke. Silver, I feel I'm more suited for hidden missions. That's my strength. So I'd like to move with Lady Lily if that's not an issue. Yeah, you all do what you want. Is there anyone that wants to go with Drake and Lily again? He asked, but this time no one got up. Fine then. The people for the party are Aaron, Faye, Leah, Amber, and Dawn, Silver said. Lily suddenly tapped him and pointed at Ares and Elsa. You forgot them, she said. Nope, didn't forget. I have a separate job for the both of them. One that is very important right now, Silver said. Ares, Elsa, I'll be needing you two for a different task. I didn't tell you about it ahead of time, but I believe it's necessary. A few days back, I had a falling out with the hero and the Demon King, Elaine and Marshall. I stormed off, but as I walked away, I still eavesdropped on whatever they were saying, and I overheard something. This isn't part of my task, but I personally feel like it will have some sort of massive impact. The dragons are planning a war of some sort. I didn't manage to get the details as to what this war will be about or when it will start, but I'd like to gather as much useful information as possible. We already sent someone ahead if you can remember, and if he's doing well, he'll be the one to guide and help you to complete the mission. The reason why I selected you two is because Elsa is a dragon, and she hasn't seen the life of dragons for centuries. Even if she'll be disguised when she goes there, it will be a good learning opportunity for her. Also, you two are in the strongest categories here. Ares, only Drake can probably match you, and Elsa, even though I am yet to see you fight, I'm sure that I'm the only person that can match you here. So that means the two of you will be able to handle anything that is thrown your way. Your job is not to do anything that will attract attention but to gather information wherever and however, without being discovered. If a mighty race like the dragons wants to start a war, we can already expect it to be one hell of a war, Silver said. Ares looked at Elsa, who was with her, her face asking the whole question. You wanna go? Elsa nodded in return, and Ares looked at Silver. We both have no issues with the plan. We will go and do our best, she said. Thank you, and with that, the general plan for the Empire infiltration and the Dragon Empire spying is complete. I have prepared many fallback plans in case the ones we discussed here fail, but I will not tell any of you what they are, because if you know there's a failsafe, you won't take the first plan seriously, Silver said. But now we know you have failsafes, we might still take it easy, Aaron said. You can, if you don't value your life, that is. Most of the failsafes are for dire situations, which means a few of us have died, and the rest are on the run. Who knows who might have died? Could be you, could be anyone else, so don't slip up the plan, Silver said, casually laying out the threat of death for them. They understood what he meant, and knowing Silver, if he mentioned death, then he was serious. Now, if there are no further questions, this meeting has come to an end. We will be moving out tomorrow, at the crack of dawn. Oh, and one last thing, your false identifications will be handed to you. You are all going to be from different kingdoms, with enough backstory to work. You'll have to learn them early tomorrow before we start moving, Silver said. He got up and walked out of the room, with Lily and Drake following. Are we heading to meet Gabriel? I would expect that we should bring him along. He knows the Empire very well, Drake said. True, but if we take him, his mind would never be at ease since Rose is here. But if we wake her up, he won't want to leave her because she's awake, and he wants to be with her. But the second option is better, as we can still communicate with him from a distance, and with no more heaviness in his heart. He'll work well for us, Silver said. They headed through the hallways and made it back to the room. Silver raised his hand and knocked twice. He waited for a bit, and then heard Gabriel's low-toned "come in." Silver pushed the door slowly and walked into the room. Gabriel was seated beside the bed, holding Rose's hand, his thumb slowly rubbing her palm. He looked at her lovingly, his gaze soft and comforting. Silver noticed the tear stains on the bed. Gabriel must have been bawling his eyes out as he thought of what to answer Silver. Silver felt slightly bad for what he was doing to Gabriel right now, but it had to be done. Silver was hiding something from Gabriel. Gabriel looked up at Silver and then spoke. I won't stand in her way of living again. Let's carry out the operation, Gabriel said. You made the right decision, Gabriel, Silver said as he walked to Gabriel and patted his shoulder. Now let's give Lily her space to work. Gabriel stood up and went to stand away from the bed with Silver and Drake. Lily approached the bed, and with every step, Gabriel's heart pounded like it would burst. Lily cracked her knuckles first and then slowly placed both palms on Rose's chest. She paused for a moment, not doing anything, and then, in the next instant boom. An explosive sound filled the room as Lily's mana forced its way into Rose. The mana swirled in her like a tornado and then started shooting in all directions, tearing down the defenses faster than Rose's brain could react. It went on for 3 seconds, and then Lily removed her hand and walked away. Immediately, Gabriel ran to Rose. He knelt beside the bed and tilted her head up, calling her name. Rose, 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 but she didn't respond. Gabriel looked at her, dread filling his eyes. He was about to break down, but then he heard her cough. "Gabriel, is that you?" she asked in a low voice as her eyes slowly opened.